I believe we have a quorum. And so I'm going to go ahead and ask staff. Thank you so much again for your patience. It's Tuesday, March 8th. We're going to go ahead and start our TUSD Governing Board meeting, the public meeting. If I can get a roll call to establish quorum, please.
Hello, President Grijalva. It's Vanessa Hernandez helping out today.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Hi there. You're welcome. Here we go with the roll call. Ms. Counts.
Here.
Ms. Luna Rose.
Here.
Dr. Ravi.
Here.
Ms. Shaw.
Here.
Ms. Grijalva.
Here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So unfortunately, Jean, has a student arrived yet?
President Grijalva, not yet.
Okay. Well, since unfortunately our student isn't able to join, I'm wondering if Ms. Shaw could read the land acknowledgement for the board?
Yes, I can.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay. On behalf of the Governing Board of the Tucson Unified School District, I, Sadie Shaw, acknowledge that the schools, buildings, and facilities of the Tucson Unified School District reside on the ancestral homeland of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the federally recognized tribal land of the Pasquayaqui tribe.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shaw. And if we could ask the student that was supposed to come, Angelina, if she can join us for our next meeting, that would be. Thank you. So now we're going to move on to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm wondering if Helena? Is it Helena?
It is pronounced Helena.
Helena. I was in between both of those. So this is Helena Ramey, and if I could, I'll just take a moment to introduce you. She is in 6th grade at Gridley Middle School.
It's McGee.
Oh, well, that's very helpful. Thank you. My little cheat sheet here says Gridley. So you are at McGee in 6th grade. So let me just make sure. It says, I am 12. I am in 6th grade and I enjoy art and nature. I am a student representative for McGee Site Council and part of the Korean Ambassador Program TKAP at McGee. Great. Thank you so much. And thank you for joining us. Can you lead us in the pledge, please?
Okay, so 1 second. My computer's messing up for a minute, so I'm gonna leave the meeting for a minute.
Well, we can hear you. If you can just start with the pledge, we'll just join in.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. We've heard you and you did a great job. And I want to wish you the best of luck for the rest of the year at McGee. Good luck and thank you for taking the time out to read the pledge here.
Okay, do I leave the meeting or?
You can leave the meeting or stay. It's up to you.
I think I might stay.
All right, great. Thank you. Okay, so agenda adjustments, Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, President Grijalva, members of the Governing Board, we've got 3 recommended agenda adjustments this evening. We've got some guests with us, so I'd like to start with moving item 8.3 to the top of the agenda after the call to the audience. We have former Senator Farley is joining us tonight for this item. We'd like to move him to the top of the item. Immediately following item 8.3, we would like to recommend the movement of item 8.2. We have our lobbyists from Tri-Advocate. They will be providing a legislative update. We'd like to move them up as well. And then following item 8.2, we know that we have a lot of community interest in item 7.1, our COVID readiness update, which will focus on mitigation. So those 3 items in that order, immediately following call to the audience, would be my recommendation.
Okay, board members, any objections to making those agenda adjustments? Okay, thank you so much. So that'll be done. And now we're on to the superintendent report, Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, thank you, President Grijalva, members of the governing board. I am going to break into a screen share here momentarily. Just want to make sure my audio is okay. There are a number of items that I would like to take the opportunity to brief the community on this evening. Welcome back for our last meeting before the spring break. We certainly hope that everybody has some time with family and friends on deck throughout our school district as we head to spring break. Tonight, you're going to see our 100-day enrollment report, some very, very good news for our district. We did increase our enrollment, though, however, very, very slightly. There's a lot of work to be done for our district to rebound from the effects of the pandemic. However, it is good not to be down. Kindergarten jumped out and was the grade level that was the most pronounced in its enrollment increase at 13%. And kudos to our high school communities. Our high school communities as a block experienced across the board enrollment increases, with 11th grade being the most pronounced increase at 7.1%. Unfortunately, the district's long-standing woes at middle school continue. 6th grade, which has historically been a challenge for us, was the largest loss point again this 100th day, as we saw an 8% decline in enrollment at the middle school level. And preschool enrollment, though we don't collect any state funding for preschool students other than what we receive for exceptional education preschool students, we do receive 0.5 funding for them. Preschool is the major artery to a healthy kindergarten class, which of course kindergarten enrollment is the foundation of our entire district. Little bit concerning that our preschool enrollment did not bounce back as we were projecting, and experienced an 18% decline as compared to last year's 100th day. And some good news, when you look at the total number of students enrolled on the 100th day itself, not just the average of the 100 days, we did see that the number of K-12 students enrolled on the actual 100th day did reflect an increase of 588. So that is a bright spot, that at least on that one day, at that important picture in time, that we happen to be up almost 600 students. The trick is you have to keep them over an average of 100 days, and that's where our work is not done. So we're looking forward to that presentation tonight. The Arizona Auditor General has released what's known as the Classroom Dollar Report. This is one of the most long-awaited reports we see all year from members in our community, our taxpayers, our parents, and of course our governing board members. And some good news for Tucson Unified with the release of this year's Auditor General School District Spending Analysis. When you look at expenditures in the areas of instruction, instructional support, and student support, these are categorized as total spending around the classroom and are inclusive of funds not only spent on teacher salaries and instructional materials, but also on social workers, counselors, and other student support service positions and professional development. When you look at these three categories combined, TUSD spent just over 70% of its overall more than $500 million budget on classroom spending. That is to be lauded by this governing board, a very, very impressive percentage of your overall budget dedicated to direct instructional support, instruction, and student support at the campus level. For fiscal year 21, TUSD set an all-time high in instructional spending. Instructional spending are expenditures inside the classroom to directly support the teacher, from the teacher's salary to the instructional materials to funding things like parapros and aides. TUSD spent 53.3% of its overall budget on instruction alone. This is the highest percentage of the yearly expenditures on instruction since 2005 at 55%. So we continue our march north with instructional spending, something that our community has demanded and something that a lot of our stakeholders have asked of TUSD in years past. And to go with that, overall, the district increased our overall classroom spending by 5.7% over last year's report. And good news, we decreased our outside the classroom spending by 5.7%, which is really the direction we want to go. And as compared to fiscal year 2020, we're proud to report that our administration decreased administrative spending by 1.6%. So all signs pointing in the right direction, the fiscal direction of our financial leadership. Kudos to Executive Director Weatherless and her team, and kudos to this board for the proposed budgets that you have passed supporting these increases in classroom and instructional spending. Just a quick update for transportation planning for school year 22-23. As you know, due to the existing driver shortage that continues to plague the district, not just this district, but districts across the state, it became necessary to start having some discussions and potentially contemplating changes to school schedule start and end times for the upcoming 22 and 23 school year. The purpose? To create an extra shift of transportation services so that we could deploy our bus drivers throughout the district in an attempt to put some of these neighborhood bus routes back that our parents really did not want to see go. Unfortunately, putting these neighborhood routes back with the current staffing levels that we have for bus drivers necessitated the exploration of looking at earlier school start times for elementary kids and later school start times for middle and high school students. In an effort to make sure that we were getting as much feedback as possible, we disseminated a district-wide survey for both our parents and our employees. And overall, we had about 8,000 parents answer the survey with a resounding 70% disapproval rating. It was an overwhelming rejection of a potential 7:30 a.m. start time for elementary students. And when you look at our staff members, we had over 3,000 of our own employees, our largely school employees, answering the survey, with 65% of our staff respondents rejecting a potential 7:30 a.m. start time for elementary students, or quite frankly, any grade band of students for the upcoming school year. We are an administration that listens to our stakeholders. We are an administration that values the feedback that we receive. Our parents, our community, our employees have sent an overwhelming message that this is not the direction that they want to go. Therefore, we will not be pursuing changes to school start times and end times based off of the feedback that we have received from our community and from our employees. We will, however, be coming back to the governing board on March 22nd at our meeting later on this month to facilitate a brief study session on some potential next steps and alternative options for consideration for transportation for the 22-23 school year. We'll go back to the drawing board and come up with some alternatives that hopefully will be more palatable and better received by our community before asking our governing board to take any action. So we look forward to that study opportunity on the 22nd. We're excited to note that coming up later this spring, the administration will be proposing a major facilities investment initiative in 3 major areas. Our upcoming package, the centerpiece of our package, will be a major renovation and upgrading of campus bathrooms across all of the district's high schools. Our renovation efforts, for the first time in over a decade, will include new flooring, wall repair, urinal, toilet, and sink replacements, as well as upgrades such as touchless faucets and hand dryers, so we can address some of the long-standing issues that our high school leadership groups, namely student government groups and leaders from just about every major TUSD high school, has brought to our attention significant facilities concerns about student bathrooms. A second focus area will include a second-year investment in the arts in athletic programming throughout the district, though this time different from last year, where we focused more on instrument replacement and uniform purchases and interscholastic sports equipment. This time the focus will be on the places and spaces where our kids perform in the arts and in athletics. We will be bringing forward a proposal to renovate and upgrade and address long-needed repairs at theaters, stages, auditoriums, gyms, stadiums, fields, band rooms, and other arts and athletic venues across the district. This is part 2 of our comprehensive support for arts and interscholastic programs in the district. And lastly, the third aspect of the district's investment package will also include a proposal for the comprehensive renovation, repair, and resurfacing of numerous parking lots across the district. We know from parent feedback and from employee feedback that there are some parking lots and some roadways and some areas of our district schools that are in absolutely horrible condition with potholes and with blacktop that has not been repaved or resurfaced in several years. That commands attention. So we look forward to bringing this package forward I want to do this in the next couple of governing board meetings. That way our board has an opportunity to hear the proposal and take the appropriate action. So we look forward to presenting this for governing board consideration. And tonight, later on in tonight's agenda, the administration will be recommending a series of recommendations necessary to relax some of the district's current COVID-19 mitigation efforts. Though these recommendations are very tightly aligned and in tune with recently updated guidance that we've received from the CDC and the Pima County Health Department, we want to be very, very clear with our messaging to this community. Because throughout the pandemic, our administration, we have honored a continuing commitment to follow the guidance of our local, state, and national public health experts, and we're going to continue to do so. And so these mitigation efforts that we'll be discussing tonight that may potentially be relaxed around activities, events, and mask usage, and what we see with in-person learning and moving to online learning when necessary, and even mask usage, these are important tools that are going to become necessary for the district to continue to navigate COVID-19. As COVID-19 starts to pivot a little bit more every day away from a pandemic to an endemic, a serious virus that causes illness that will be with us year after year, we're going to need these tools. We're going to need to be able to implement them. We're going to be able to need to be able to activate them when we experience spikes and new variants, and it's going to be necessary to relax them when community spread is at a moderate or lower level. Though some of these restrictions may be relaxed this evening, we don't want any stakeholder, any employee, any student, any member of the community thinking that it's forever. These are tools that are necessary to help us navigate what is very quickly becoming an endemic illness here in TUSD. And as our commitment is to honor the guidance of our local, state, and of course national public health experts in times of high community spread, in times, unfortunately, of a new variant that could possibly present itself in the future, we need our community to be prepared to pivot back to the mitigation efforts that have made us successful. So we just want to be very, very clear that we will be, though discussing some of these mitigation efforts tonight and potentially relaxing some of them, we certainly hope that it's for the long-term foreseeable future, but realistically understand the way that the virus behaves. These mitigation efforts, we want everybody prepared to be able to implement them again as needed. And to end the superintendent's report on a congratulatory note, we've got some amazing achievements from our superstar students. So first, I'd like to celebrate the first place finish in the vocal competition at the very prestigious Festiva Mariachi Vocalist Competition at the University of Edinburgh, Texas, is proud Pueblo High School senior and lead vocalist for Mariachi Aslan, Giselle Aubry. Giselle distinguished herself with a first place finish in a competition that features some of the best and most talented mariachi vocalists and instrumentalists from around the nation. Congratulations, Giselle. Congratulations, Warrior Nation. This is hot off the presses. We wanted to be able to share this good news. And lastly, all hail the champs. Another incredible achievement hot off the presses. After taking the city's middle school boys basketball championship, Gridley stormed into the state tournament and took the state title for middle school basketball. I want to congratulate these amazing student athletes and the incredible efforts and passion and dedication of the coaching staff. Head coach Andre Bearden and assistant coach Paul Cunningham, both Gridley strong, Gridley proud employees, leading our young people to victory. So congratulations, champs. Look forward to my next visit to Gridley, and Hopefully, at some point in the spring, our governing board meetings will become back on again in person, and we'll be able to have you in person for a in-person recognition of the championship trophy. And with that, President Grijalva, members of the governing board, I conclude the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. Next, we have the call to the audience. I'll turn it over to Clerk Luna Rose.
Thank you, Ms. Grijalva. I do not have the statement to read, so I don't know if Michelle, if you can send it to me very quickly.
And
I do have the list. I do have the list of letters, though. List of names. Sorry.
Just a quick note, if I'm not mistaken, tonight's duties in terms of reading the call to the audience, for clarification, is it going to be our general counsel tonight?
It is.
We have a guest
Oh,
reader.
great. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Ross, or
Oh, we weren't going to read the statement first?
well, that's what Natalie was saying. She didn't have the statement. Oh, you're saying you were going to read the names for the call.
Oh, I'm reading the letters.
Okay.
Oh, you're reading the letters. Yes. No, I need the statement to read.
Yes, we're getting it together. Give us just a
Thank
couple
you.
more minutes.
Thank you so much.
Sure thing. Thank you.
I guess I'll read that too. Public participation at board meetings. During the audience call, the board clerk will recognize speakers and maintain order by setting appropriate limitations. The governing board is committed to the safety of the entire TUSD community. In order to observe the recommended safeguards for reducing the rate of spread of COVID-19, the following procedures related to call to the audience portion of board meetings will be observed. All public comments for the meeting were accepted in written form. Public comments will be read into the record by General Counsel. Our staff will make sure each board member receives a copy. At the conclusion of call to the audience, the governing board president will ask if individual board members wish to respond to criticism made by those who address the board, wish to ask staff to review a matter, or wish to ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. By law, at most, 2 board members can address any single issue raised during the call to the audience.
Okay. So I will read the names. First letter is from Mr. Art Lopez.
Now that President Biden said COVID is over and other states are allowing students and adults to have their freedom back, why is the board not just end the mask mandate and allow parents to make the choice? My son only wears a mask while at school and nowhere else. I have taken him to sporting events and tell him no need to wear a mask. It's my choice to have him wear one. This mask mandate is just a power move, and I know many parents such as myself that are over this scamdemic. I think I pronounced that correctly. I'm not afraid to speak my mind as I have lived a normal life since the end of the ridiculous lockdown. I hope to hear from you soon that this is ending. Art Lopez.
All right. Thank you. Next letter is from Lisa Ragsdale.
Could you say that name again, please?
Lisa Ragsdale?
Okay, I have a different name.
Well, which name do you have there, Mr. Ross?
Okay, the email address has a different name. Okay. Firstly, I want to thank all of you for working so hard under such stressful and divisive times to keep our kids safe and in school. I know we are all relieved to have new guidance from the CDC and look forward to Pima County moving to a medium tier so that children and staff and faculty have the option to remove masks indoors. I vaccinated my 10-year-old as soon as the opportunity became available and look forward to her being able to smile at her classmates and see that smile returned, play pretend, perform plays and concerts, and go on field trips. I am all for following the science and CDC recommendations. However, the CDC guidelines have never recommended outdoor masking at school, even before vaccines were available for the 5 to 11 age group. It was hard to see the kids at my daughter's school masked in over 100-degree temperatures in August and September, especially as there is very little shade. My daughter would often find shade under a tree, but at one point they were told they must stay in motion at recess, as parents were concerned they had been too sedentary during remote school. so they were walking in circles with masks on in 112-degree heat. I find it hard to imagine that any scientist would think this is the right decision for the physical or mental health of children. While we continue to follow the CDC guidelines for indoor masking, please follow their guidance for outdoor masking, which states, in general, people do not need to wear masks when outdoors. In areas of substantial or high transmission, people might choose to wear a mask outdoors when in sustained close contact with other people, particularly if they or someone they live with has a weakened immune system or is at an increased risk of severe disease, or they are not up to date on COVID-19 vaccines or live with someone who is not up to date on COVID-19 vaccines. As a drama teacher, it has been alarming and sad to see the effect the mitigation factors have had on creative play. Children need that outdoor break not only to feel the fresh air and move their bodies, but to connect with each other spontaneously and imaginatively. Let's give them the opportunity to do that during recess by removing these unnecessary barriers to human interaction. Sincerely, Lisa Ragsdale, TUSD parent.
Thank you. Next is from Corey Shemsroke.
Hello, my name is Corey Shemsroke. I teach third grade at Bloom Elementary School. The air conditioning, heating, and the portable where I teach has worked all year long. I and the students continue to suffer through extreme cold and heat. It is unacceptable and not conducive to learning, let alone taking state tests. I would like to know what is going on. People keep coming out, but no one can fix the issue. Can you please inform me what to do and what to expect next? Thank you, Corey Shemrosky. I think that's how you say it.
Thank you, and thank you for that. Name variation. Next one is from Moyad Al-Muslim.
Hi, Dr. Trujillo. I hope this email finds you well. I may not be the only parent asking about this, but I want to add my voice to those who are harmed by the arbitrary decisions made by the TUSD board to take our choices from us the day before school started this year. Masks were forced on our kids without any proper evidence to back up the policy, and our school repeatedly experienced both SARS-CoV-2 infections and other respiratory infections. For example, the RSV outbreak, emphasizing the failure of masking procedures. I'm not complaining about kids getting sick. It's part of life and our job, doctors and parents alike, to take care of them when they feel unwell. On the other hand, how can you justify taking parents' choice about how to protect their kids? In addition, the compulsory repeated class closures personally affected the learning experience of our kids every time a positive case was detected in class. All is in the past now, but please start making changes that prioritize children and their learning experience. You should be alarmed when you see that the CDC moved 50-word speech milestone to 30 months this year, and ask yourself if masks may be responsible for the population level delay in children's speech. Anyway, I want to know if you have any plans to discuss policies with the health board regarding the masking of children, since you mentioned you were waiting for the CDC last week. We trust that you will consider appropriate changes. Best, Moyad.
Okay, thank you. Next is from Robert Rogers.
Governing board members, I saw in the news tonight that Pima County is no longer under the mask recommendation as per the CDC. CDC relieves Pima County of federal mask mandate. And there's a link. Can I expect that you as TUSD board members will follow through on listening to the CDC and immediately unmask our children? Can I also remind you what was said by Dr. Trujillo last week? TUSD Superintendent Dr. Gabriel Trujillo said the district is currently waiting for recommendations from the CDC. Our goal is to get to a place where masks are optional, said Trujillo. I think we all want that, but we also want to make sure we are following CDC recommendation and guidance. Well, today is the day he spoke about. Can I expect you to convene immediately and make masks optional in our school? With regards, Robert Rogers.
Thank you. Next letter is from Thomas Chadwick.
The mask mandate needs to be removed. The state of emergency is now over. Time to move on. If kids are sick, then they stay home. Kids' development is at risk the longer you keep them in masks. When they learn new words and topics in school, they need to see their teachers' and peers' mouths moving and enunciating. It is also bad to rebreathe their CO2 all day. If you don't remove the mandate, I will vote for someone that will end the mandate. I will also encourage people to send their kids to schools that don't enforce masks, all kids to learn in an appropriate manner. Thank you for your consideration, Thomas Chadwick.
Okay, thank you. Next is a group. I will read their names. Cynthia Serafini, Yvonne Stewart, Miriam De Bonias, Grace Kinney, Vanessa Matthew, Victoria Reyes, and Robin Bisbee.
Dear Tucson Unified School District Board members, we are writing to you for further information regarding the COVID-19 testing for TUSD employees who have chosen not to get the vaccine. Firstly, is this a long-term plan? Are there guidelines in place for a potential end to the weekly testing? Thus far, the only information we received is that the supervisor will follow the vaccine compliance protocols, progressive disciplinary action, if we are non-compliant with the weekly testing and uploading of our results. As TUSD employees, we are soon approaching the point where contracts are issued, and we will need to make decisions as to our future employment with TUSD. For some, the continuation of your testing mandate could have an impact on our decisions. Additionally, if you are concerned with controlling potential transmission of the virus, then why isn't it mandatory for all employees to submit to weekly testing and uploading of results regardless of vaccination status? As most are aware, those who are vaccinated against COVID-19 are not immune to contracting or transmitting the virus. If those who are vaccinated are still able to get the virus and as a result spread the virus to others, then how does it follow that they don't need to partake in the mandatory weekly testing? We'd appreciate any feedback you can give us regarding the future of your testing requirement. Respectfully.
Okay, thank you. Next is from Nanette Murray.
To the Governing Board, I understand that the possible change in start times is driven by transportation staffing issues, but a different solution needs to be found. Dismissing elementary school earlier will create financial hardship for many families by increasing their child care costs. 1 hour a day, 5 times a week could be 25 to 50% cost increase. Child care expenses are already difficult for many families to afford. Many high school students work and a significant number contribute to their family's income. Releasing high school students later could be damaging to the family's finances. In a perfect world, daycare would be low cost and teenagers wouldn't have to earn money to keep food on the table. Sadly, that is not the world we live in. Please consider the needs of our TUSD families. Nanette Murray, TUSD teacher.
Thank you. Next is from Krisha Ruman.
To whom it may concern. Today I was made aware that the TUSD board will be discussing the COVID mask policy tomorrow and could possibly follow other school districts in making masks optional as early as only 2 weeks from now after spring break. I was very concerned when I heard this. I really hope the board will continue to require masks at least until the end of the school year in May. It makes more sense to follow a protective guideline for a little bit longer, 2 months, rather than cause an upset at the end of the school year for both students and their families as well as staff, in addition to putting their health at risk. I don't think it makes sense for the board to even be considering a change until Pima County is in the low transmission risk and or the population has at least 70% fully vaccinated status. After taking precautions for the last 2 years and losing income due to loss of work, I declined a position in a charter school because of their optional masking policy and pursued, accepted, and began a position at a TUSD school in December of 2021 precisely because of their mandated mask policy. It would be easier and safer for everyone to at least wait until the end of the school year in May to make masks optional for the next school year. That way, any students, families, or staff members who feel at risk can at least have a few months to find a suitable alternative that meets their needs while keeping themselves safe. Families and staff started the year knowing masks would be required. It would be a greater burden to end that mandate abruptly than to stay on course for a brief period and reassess during the summer. I really hope you will continue to take precautions to ensure the safety, health, and well-being of the TUSD students and staff and maintain the mandated mask policy at least through the end of the school year. Thank you, Krisha Royman.
Thank you. Next is from Noah Sanchez.
Dear Governing Board, I currently have worries about the Folklorico program, the way the school deals with it, and the transparency of information. After 2 weeks of being in the complete dark in the absence of the Folklorico director, We finally got an information Zoom meeting with the principal and other staff members, but strangely not Mr. Loya during the meeting. We got a few questions answered, but a lot of information, like the tickets for entry, hotel name, time to leave, and how rehearsals would play out, was very unclear. Not to mention that we still have no idea where the actual folklorico director is, and the fact that the principal seems to beat around the bush and completely ignore anything that has to do with him. I'm also extremely worried about the stability of the class trip, as we aren't completely transparent on the plans for leaving and arriving back on campus. I also might add that the school isn't even going to offer refunds to those who find the current situation unsafe and unclear. Sincerely, Noah Sanchez.
Thank you. Next letter is from Brandy Resnick.
I am writing to request that the board to keep the requirements for masking in place until the end of the 21-22 school year. I know you will be getting many emails and phone calls about this issue. I know that the Unmask Our Kids families are passionate as well. We have been here before, lowercase numbers, CDC changing their guidelines, and the true hope the end is in sight. Every time we have removed masks, there's been a surge in numbers and a new variant of COVID has appeared. While having the vaccine is helpful, it is clear that we will never have enough of our population vaccinated to eradicate COVID like we did with polio. There are not enough of us vaccinated to even make COVID a rare occurrence like measles. We must consider the younger siblings who cannot receive the vaccination and immunocompromised members of our teachers and students' families. One violation in the TUSD Code of Conduct is engaging in unintentional, careless behavior that may pose a safety or health risk for yourself or for others. The removal of the mask requirement on our campuses is clearly behavior that poses safety and health risks to our population. We were at these same numbers last year in April and May, and the board kept the mask requirement. To remove the requirements now is to pose a health risk to our community. Our teachers, staff, and students are often in rooms that do not offer the ability to social distance, nor do the facilities offer enough air filtering or ventilation to mitigate COVID. My hope for the end of this pandemic is on the same level as the hope that I will not be in a car accident with my kids in the car. I can deploy mitigation factors for ourselves, but cannot control what happens when other drivers are reckless or impaired. I probably won't be in a car accident, and I still have passengers in my car wearing seatbelts. We probably won't have another surge of COVID, and my family will continue masking. I'm asking that the board table the reevaluation of the masking policy to happen after there is more than a couple of weeks of low numbers. We know masking works to protect the staff and students. Please keep the mask requirements as they are until the end of the school year, May 2022. Thank you, Brandy Resnick.
Thank you. Next letter is from Leanne Del Rey.
To whom it may concern, I really wish you would consider keeping the mask mandate in place for the remaining school year. My daughter has a serious heart condition that has never kept her from public school, but if she is forced to be in a classroom with 23 other children for 8 hours a day during a pandemic with very little ventilation, she would be forced to go back to online school, which was detrimental to her learning and social life. Just recently, a massive study was conducted that showed that even with a mild case of COVID in a perfectly healthy population, the risk of heart attacks and strokes soared for at least a year after exposure to the virus. This was a study in people that were previously perfectly healthy. These are our children. Please protect them from such fates. There are no good reasons to subject our children to these unnecessary risks, especially when something as simple as a piece of cloth could help prevent such issues. Thank you for listening, Leanne Del Rey.
Thank you. Next letter is from Jacob Falk.
An open letter to the governing board of the Tucson Unified School District on the question of rescinding the mask mandate established as a mitigation measure in response to the global COVID-19 pandemic. A public forum is established and low, reasonable discourse is undermined, turbid with the savage and unwholesome mewlings of solipsistic wretches as they prattle over the rights owed to them under the constitutions of our government, proclaiming freedom, demanding liberty. But what of responsibilities? From what cloth is the flag of freedom woven, if not the threads of the common good? Is our society not one of mutual respect, but narcissistic self-interest? These small dictators, staunch in their insistence that the worth of any one citizen could be greater than another, that by virtue inherent their importance is manifest, would have us rend the very foundations of the American democracy asunder to satisfy their destructive and antisocial demands claimed as right. The idea that any citizen should not take all reasonable measures to safeguard public health is anarchic at the best, and anyone who would come here today to voice support of such an agenda does so to the detriment of the state. The rights of the individual end where the rights of society begin. This is evident in every policy of the TUSD Code of Conduct. The violation charts are the embodiment of the concept of limits on personal freedom in the interest of the public good. Is it under the unscrupulous banner of personal freedom within the rights of students and their families to perpetuate acts of violence and aggression, to possess, consume, and distribute alcohol, tobacco, and drugs, to defy attendance policy, or to engage in academic dishonesty? Whether it be recklessness or endangerment, no student should engage in behavior that may pose a safety or health risk for themselves or for others. To argue that personal liberty is of any relevance here is to argue against the TUSD Code of Conduct in its entirety, and any argument that face coverings do nothing to serve the interest of public health is grounded not in science and reason, but cloistered ignorance and propaganda. I fervently urge all citizens of moral and intellectual fortitude to stand with me and defend the state, respect our community, and protect our families by imploring the school board to uphold the Student Code of Conduct, doing everything in its power to further the common goal of public health and safety, and retain the mask mandate in perpetuity until it is established by science, beyond all reasonable doubt, that it offers no material benefit to do so. Adelita Grijalva, Natalie Luna Rose, Leila Counts, Dr. Ravi Grival Shah, Sadie Shah, your actions matter. Discharge your duty with honor and integrity. Thank you, Jacob Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Next is from Matt Rosen.
Dear Board, our son attends kindergarten at Fruchtenler. I would like to express my concerns regarding the current policies around mask wearing. I am a small business owner in Tucson. I'm not opposed to mask requirements and have personally mandated them in our office, off and on throughout the pandemic, while offering concerned team members the opportunity to work from home when they feel appropriate without the risk of prejudice from myself as the employer. Simply put, common sense would be to lift mask requirements when cases are minimal, such as now. When cases accelerate in a school, part of the district, or the entire district, it would make sense to mandate masks for all entering the school. I'm not voicing an anti-mask stance. I have opinions about mask types and efficacy, but the policy I'm voicing concern about is universal mask requirements. With cases rapidly declining, vaccination rates, and natural immunity, it doesn't make sense for masks to be universally mandated. I would hope TUSD would entertain the thought of a flexible mask policy where masks would be optional for students, parents, and faculty when transmission and counts of any virus, flu, COVID, others, are low. Likewise, the policy would include mask requirements when the risks are higher. The shift between policies would be based on appropriate data points. When the thresholds are met, the adjustments would occur. This would also remove skepticism of TUSD mask policy and the ability for parents to understand policy changes, TUSD, rather than wonder. I would be willing to assist the district in creating data-driven policy moving forward while respecting all parent viewpoints. We are entitled to opinion, but policy should not be subjective. Our son loves his teacher, school, and classmates. We feel fortunate to be able to send him to such a wonderful environment daily. Matthew Rosen.
Thank you. The next is Jeanette Rupel.
Hello. Thank you for doing everything you do to keep the district running. Thank you for working so hard to keep our community safe. My boys go to school at Sabino, and they are worried you will end the mask mandate. They know their classmates are not taking precautions. They know many are not vaccinated, and my boys do not want to get COVID. They do not want to be sick. They do not want to bring it home and infect their grandparents and great-grandparents. They do not want to miss school, and they hate the thought of going back online. Our cases are the same as they were in the fourth quarter when we decided to open schools and wear masks. Pima County is not in green, it is still in yellow. Masks protect our children as well as our communities. We are annoyed by them, but until we reach herd immunity through vaccination, masks are our best way to keep our community safe. Please keep the mask mandate until Pima County is in the green. Thank you, Jeanette Ruppel.
Thank you. Next letter is from Lisette Arbello.
Evening, board members. My public comment today is due to concern. I have seen a series of events unfolding within the district that I believe are not properly communicated to the parents of TUSD. I see that in December of 2021, TUSD and the Pima County Health Department signed an agreement to offer medical services on school grounds, such as childhood immunizations, until December of 2026. I also see that on 2/2/22, the board meeting agenda under study action item 8.1 in the COVID-19 update for the district, there is a statement on slide 5 that reads that there is an electronic medical records system project in progress with purchasing in the technology department. I, as a parent, find this an overreach on parental rights, and especially medical ones. I have been successful in finding information regarding a public vote or a specific informational meeting regarding this issue. I've been unsuccessful in finding information regarding a public vote or a specific informational meeting regarding this issue to be presented to the community. I only see that this has been presented in board meetings and has only had input from board members and PCHD. I do not see that this has been presented to parents in any other way. I also see that close to $200,000 will be used to implement this system from ESSER funding. Another point I'd like to address is I see TUSD has and will be receiving over $200 million from ESSER funds. There's absolutely no reason why there should be budget cuts going on in the district with this amount of money floating around. If you have enough ESSER funds to pay for the medical record system programs, to pay nurses and hire social workers, then why isn't there enough money for the teachers to receive raises? I'm pretty sure many in the district would say our teachers are an important part of the school system, not medical service providers and social workers who should be employed by medical facilities and should be doing their subcontracted work in such places, not in schools. May the district members please clarify this overreach of offering medical services on school grounds. CDC and PCHD as advisors for this is not a valid reason to implement these types of systems. Taxpayer-funded schools are in the business of teaching education and not in the business of practicing healthcare on school grounds. Thank you kindly, Lizette Arbayo.
Okay, next letter is from Nina Aldecoa.
Dear governing board members, it is time to lift the mask mandate for our kids. I've been very conservative during the pandemic and have so appreciated the board keeping the health and safety of students and staff at the forefront of decisions. Children and adults have all had the opportunity to get vaccinated, and it's time we start looking at the negative impact that masking for the long term can have, like interfering with breathing and respiratory health, interfering with social development and intellectual development. My own children have been blessed with phenomenal teachers that have gone above and beyond to help them learn during this challenging time, but I have a first grader that continues to struggle with sounds and speech well below her grade level due to long-term masking. I also have a fourth grader that mumbles when she reads aloud as opposed to the clear oral reading he did prior to the mask mandate. Please let families choose what is best for their children at this time. Thank you, Nina Aldecoa.
Thank you. Next letter is from Jane Kapusinski.
Dear board members, at 2 previous board meetings, concerns were raised regarding the safety of DAPE students due to de-staffing. On both occasions, Dr. Trujillo's response was to invite the public to read the district's responses to the court, which incidentally are replete with false and misleading information. When student safety is at stake, an invitation to read documents is an insufficient and unacceptable measure. The appropriate response is to immediately ensure the safety and well-being of students and staff, which is the responsibility of the superintendent. Any administrator, including Superintendent Trujillo, Assistant Superintendent Kanasha Brown, and Director Yolanda Nunez, should have knowledge of the staffing requirements necessary to implement high-level supervision for at-risk students. Whether the current unsafe status at DAPE demonstrates their lack of understanding or an intentional disregard for the safety of staff and students, it is equally disturbing. The relegation of DAPE staff and students to the FRCs was an action to diminish DAPE and a retaliation against DAPE teachers due to the failure of ACS and virtual DAPE, which also initiated the objection of the plaintiffs and subsequent investigation by the implementation committee. Why would the district want to diminish a program integral to reaching and maintaining unitary status to the point of being ineffective and unsafe? Why can't DAPE students be in regular classrooms? Are they less than? Why can't DAPE students be at the former DAPE sites? Has any valid reason been offered? The district has dug in its heels using its legal team in full force to repeatedly deny the requests of the plaintiffs, which is simply to restore DAPE to its previous staffing levels and locations. And why? Spite and ego. How dare these teachers and plaintiffs interfere with the superintendent's decisions? Unfortunately, it is all at the expense of the safety, well-being, and education of vulnerable students. The majority board is complicit by way of inaction. Sincerely, Gene Kapuzinski.
Next letter is from Margaret Cheney.
Good evening, board members. We would like to first thank you for agreeing to address the issue of compression for classified workers this year. We should be clear, though, the compression plan as presented is only step one in what is needed to retain and recruit our amazing staff. TE members have been calling for decompression for several years, having brought it to the negotiating table time and again. We are grateful that you see the needs of our workers and the direct correlation between the cost of compression versus the cost of losing senior employees. Tonight, the agenda includes a possible vote on compression only. We have been under the impression that this topic would not be addressed until March 22nd, so we could also make an announcement regarding salaries. Compression is only one piece of the plan needed to retain and value our hardworking staff. We wanted the time to clarify how compression will be handled as the minimum wage raises to $15, how our current grade system and our negotiated agreements will be impacted, and how we can work together on addressing other aspects of the salary schedule. We are interested in long-term solutions and gains for our members and the communities they serve. TEA will continue to advocate for the needs of our members, so this board should expect to see TEA bring forward additional proposals to improve this plan as we continue the negotiation process. We hope your decision tonight does not close the door to those discussions. Sincerely, Margaret Cheney.
Thank you. Next letter is from Melissa Gregg.
Members of the TUSD Governing Board, I am a mother of 6 children within TUSD schools in the Pantano region. I ask you to please end all COVID-19 restrictions on students, staff, teachers, and parents on TUSD campuses, athletics, and buses now. Remove testing mandates and masking mandates for all and don't look back. Do not bring this to table in the future. We need to put our efforts elsewhere. Campus safety has deteriorated this past year. More behavioral issues and incidents have occurred than ever before. Take masks off our children's, bus drivers, staff's, parents, and teachers' faces. When people have masks on, it's difficult to hear each other speak and impossible to see facial expressions. Both components are necessary to communicate effectively. Effective communication is the #1 learning tool our children need to be successful in school, life, and when solving conflict. We need to focus on our children's education, focus on revamping early education reading programs and providing more engaging materials in those early childhood education classrooms. Put more effort into real PE and music curriculums and make time in our everyday school schedules to rotate PE and music education like in the past. With actual PE and music teachers, our children deserve a whole education in every school and every classroom. Our teachers deserve to have well-rounded children who can take a minute away from a desk and come back ready to learn. End testing requirements for staff and teachers. End COVID vaccine requirements. Please take these masks off. Teach the whole child. We need more than reading and math. Every child should have the opportunity to play an instrument and play in PE. In every school, in every classroom. Melissa Grigg.
Thank you. On our last letter of the evening is from Sherry Cassidy.
TUSD Governing Board. I realize the mask mandate is up for discussion at today's meeting, but I still want to point out a few facts on this issue. In a recent local news blitz, Dr. Trujillo admitted that the TUSD Governing Board is leaning heavily on the CDC for mask guidance. Not surprisingly, the CDC has recently changed COVID masking guidelines again. My hope is that you're picking up on their constantly evolving guidelines when science has never changed. This virus has clearly become more of a political issue than a health issue. Being that the CDC is your holy grail to decide mask mandates in your district, I figured it best to weigh in on this issue by going directly to the most trusted news source around, CNN. For time's sake, I will highlight one quote from CNN's supposed medical expert, Dr. Leanna Wen, in an article dated 3/2/22 about how to decide whether or not to mask. Essentially, Dr. Wen recommended immunocompromised people to wear masks and others to decide for themselves. CNN journalist Katya Hetter poses the even bigger question: what about kids in school? Should they still mask even if they don't have to? Dr. Wen: this will also depend on the family and their specific medical circumstances, tolerance of risk, and desire to go maskless. Kids are much less likely to become severely ill compared to adults, and I think many parents will make the decision that if everyone in their family is vaccinated and boosted, it's reasonable to go unmasked in schools. Many others may choose to keep masking as an additional level of protection. Wearing a mask is a personal decision, and individuals are responsible for their own health. 2 years into COVID, you can no longer say we're following the science, because masking isn't scientifically proven to be effective against respiratory virus transmission. Why extend your mask mandate until after spring break rather than just lift it immediately? This past weekend, I attended a funeral, wedding, and a conference. There were over 150 people at each event, and I could count on one hand how many chose to wear a mask at each gathering. A rational observation is that the majority of the public are done wearing masks. I'll continue to speak out and say that those who believe they offer any level of protection can choose to wear one. Likewise, I can choose not to wear one and not put them on my kids. Remove your mask mandate today. Thank you, Cherie Cassidy.
Thank you, and that ends the letters for this evening.
Okay, thank you. Board members, does anyone wish to respond to a criticism, ask staff to review a matter, or ask that a matter be put on a future agenda? Dr. Trujillo, did you want to respond to any?
No, just that last week I had the opportunity to visit the Catalina Family Resource Center and also the DAPE classroom there at the Family Resource Center, and I can't be more complimentary of the staff. They were absolutely amazing. Had an opportunity to spend just a little over a half hour observing some phenomenal DAPE instruction and also checking in with our DAPE team there in terms of their needs.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. So I'm going to go ahead and, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. I would like staff to review the matter written by Corey Shimrosky about the broken HVAC in the portable that's been out of order all year long.
Thank you. Any others? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and go with the requested agenda adjustment. And so our next item would be 8.3, Environmental Learning Opportunities, Milagro Co-Housing. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, I'd like to proudly welcome a former State Senator, Stephen Farmley, proud representative of Pima County in many ways, and certainly through his leadership, the Arizona Humane Society. But tonight he's here to give an update and an overview to the governing board on some possible educational opportunities and outdoor learning experiences that would be available at the land that we own out there at Gorret Road through a partnership between some of our schools and Milagro Co-Housing. Though this is a non-voting item, this informational item will allow the board just an opportunity to kind of see what's possible with some of our programs and some of our schools. Mr. Farley, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo, and thank you, Madam President and members. First off, I need to express my profound gratitude for your service. I know this is an extremely difficult task you've decided to take on, and it's so important, and I'm so grateful you're there doing it. I know it's at great personal and professional cost at times, but thank you for your sacrifices.
Thank you, Mr. Farley, and thank you for joining us. We look forward to hearing from you.
I'm honored to be here. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. The light's kind of gone for a while, so I apologize for being a little bit of sort of spooky lighting here, but we have a nice sunset in the background. As you know, I'm a former TUSD parent, and I spent much time in the state legislature standing up for TUSD. And I am now speaking as a resident of Milagro Co-Housing here on the west side. And this is a picture that's up on your screen right now of the land that TUSD owns at Goret, just west of Silver Bell, which is immediately adjacent to the land at Milagro. That's just some of the almost 300 saguaros that are on that 10 acres of land. There are actually almost 400 barrel cactuses at the same time, tremendous diversity. Let's go to the next slide. This is an overall aerial map of the parcel we're talking about. In yellow, that's the TUSD owned 10-acre parcel approximately. In red, in the cross-hatched area is the developed area that belongs to Milagro, and that's our 28 homes right there in the middle. The area that's not cross-hatched that's in red is owned by Milagro as well, but we have permanently conserved that. That's part of the Camino del Oeste Wash, and the diversity there is amazing as well. There's a tremendous opportunity presented by being able to have TUSD have this land in conjunction with our land so that we can partner for a lot of future that we're talking about. What I'm talking about it now is because recently, last year, was put on possibility of sale. I would make the case that selling this land for a relatively small amount of money would sacrifice a tremendous opportunity for future generations of students that I'm going to lay out in this presentation. So next slide, please. Milagro is an award-winning community of 28 homes that are sustainably built. They're adobe, they're privately owned. They were planned and built by the residents themselves about 20 years ago. It's part of a co-housing movement around the country where there's about 170 communities where residents develop and build their own homes. And there was really a commitment on the part of the residents here of being able to live in harmony with the earth. And that we're trying to show that in terms of the types of building, of the infrastructure we have here, and a lot of the things we do as a community. So we really are committed to sharing with the wider community how to build similar communities, and we're really eager to inspire future generations through this partnership with USD. We'll go to the next slide. Some of the things that we're doing in terms of demonstrating for the green infrastructure here is that we're actively conserving this natural watershed here. We're recycling all of our water, not just gray water, but the black water. That's water that comes from even from toilets, through a constructed subsurface wetland and irrigation system. And that's a little cross-section of what a sample of it looks like, where you actually grow marsh. And there is a sample of this also at the Pima County wastewater, where they have a similar type of constructed wetlands. But we're actually using it to recycle it and irrigate all of our landscaping in the middle of what is the walking path that is amongst all the 28 homes. We're using various green building and sustainable design techniques. We have permeable paving in the parking lot so that we don't have runoff of toxic water after it's gone through a parking lot. It goes into the earth and helps restore the aquifer. And we have solar technologies all over. So next slide, please. This land that TUSD is on, that TUSD owns, is incredibly ecologically important. Conserving this land will support the biological and riparian goals of the Pima County Sonoran Desert Conservation Plan. It's adjacent to the 30 acres that I showed you before that are owned by Milagro and deed restricted by Pima County to remain undisturbed open space. There are 2 native plant zones, diversity on the tributary slopes and a cholla area on the flatter land. We have done extensive inventories because a number of retired naturalists live in Milagro as well, who are willing to work on this project with kids. And we've seen the diversity, almost 400 barrel cacti, almost 300 saguaros, 158 of which are over 4 feet tall and subject to state protection under state law. There's soil crusts that are intact here. More than 99 bird species, 16 reptiles, 10 mammals, 2 amphibians, invertebrates galore, and there's the stream tributaries to the Camino del Oeste Wash is on this land as well. Next slide, please. So we've been exploring with TUSD educators what programs might be able to thrive on this land. And we had wonderful tours out with various educators, including Principal LaTurco and Principal Thomas from Monzo and Robbins, the CTE staff, a number of people. Environmental education is an obvious choice. Students can observe a bunch of habitats in one location. There are 5 plant zones in the TUSD and Milagro properties together. So students on field trips could see that transition in those different types of plant zones and those habitats. And there's also would see the three natural features of the Tucson Mountain watershed: the tributaries, the primary wash, and the intersection with the river system. Next slide, please. Green infrastructure is one of the really unique opportunities here. Students will be able to learn all aspects of environmentally friendly planning, engineering, and building. Huge skills as we enter into a phase in which we are dealing with climate change right now, and we need to be able to figure out ways that we can get more people living in communities where they're living more gently on the earth. This can also awaken passion in middle school and high school students, developing skills in really high wage and high demand areas: watershed management, wastewater recycling, reuse and water harvesting, community planning, green construction, sustainable architecture, permeable paving, solar energy, and food production. We actually have edible landscaping and permaculture throughout the irrigated area in the middle. Next slide, please. In terms of how TUSD students will benefit directly from this partnership, through our tours with Principal Laturco and Principal Thomas, they told us that Cooper Center, which is a great environmental education place right now, also on the west side, it only addresses lower grade level needs for off-site field trips. And that's wonderful. And my daughters went there and they loved it. But it has limitations. It's also been used and considerably developed out, so that it has limitations in that way as well. The natural features of these lands combined with the sustainable technologies that we're demonstrating here, can benefit upper level students in all the CTE programs in TUSD. And especially middle and high school students are at a point where they have an agency in their own decision making. They're trying to figure out which career paths are the right ones for them. And this is an opportunity to show a whole new area and directly demonstrate how it can work. Next slide, please. We had a tour of CTE coordinator Chuck McCollum. He came out here and got very excited about this. He expressed that learning experiences here could lead to the discovery of occupations that students don't even know exists in those areas I mentioned before. And he specifically mentioned 4 CTE units that would fit this program perfectly: the construction unit at Cholla and Catalina, the engineering unit at Palo Verde and Saguaro, bioscience at Tucson Magnet, Sabino Pueblo and University High, and photography at Tucson Magnet, Pueblo, Rincon, and Sabino High. Next slide, please. Here are some quotes that we got from the TUSD educators. Principal Thomas said, "This concept fits right in with what we presented Robbins," which is actually about a mile away from this land. Humans are a part of nature, not separate from it. And CTE coordinator Chuck McCollum said, "I want to get kids off campus. I think my engineering and bioscience kids would like to learn about the wetland. We can make something happen. The possibilities are endless." And next slide, please. At the State Department of Education, a number of their administrators are also very excited about what this could mean, not just for TUSD students, but for the entire state, if this could be a pilot type of program. Tracy Rexroth, who's the CTE program specialist at the Department of Education for the state, said, "Milagro's idea for combining watershed management with wastewater management would be an absolutely awesome program. I'm impressed with any and all projects you've outlined and firmly believe these concepts should be shared in all of our programs." Tracy is actually, she's in charge of a statewide CTE conference this week or this month that's happening in Tucson. And there's going to be a field trip from all the educators from across the state to come to Milagros, see this land, and see what we're doing. Kathy Raymond, who's the Deputy Associate Superintendent, who has CTE in her portfolio, said, "Your idea is interesting, and I would like to see it go forward." So next slide, please. So what can you do to make this happen? We want you to conserve this land for future students. This is not worth trading away these opportunities for a little bit of money now and have it developed and ruin what we have here forever. This is an opportunity to be able to allow future students to gain these new skills. We propose in Milagro Coast Housing to give TUSD access to the 30 acres of our Milagro Sonoran desert land that is conserved and to our built environment, including we have a large common house where classes could take part at any time during the class day. We're very flexible in terms of what we'd be willing to offer because we're that committed to educating future generations in green, sustainable technology. We would also offer assistance in planning programs with TUSD educators. There's a lot of retired educators here, retired naturalists, scientists, and people in all different areas who could assist to be able to help make this happen. In return for this, we ask that you conserve this Garrett land property for future educational use of TUSD students and not have it on the market again. And to invite educators to begin planning for programs on this land. I think this is a tremendous opportunity. All of the TUSD staff that we've talked to agree, and we'd love to see this this happen and make sure we don't toss this away by selling the land. Next slide. So this is that's all I got, and now I'm happy to open it up for questions with you.
Thank you. Board members, any questions? Okay. Ms. Shaw?
Thank you, President Grijalva. I just want to thank you, Mr. Farley, for your fabulous presentation, and would also like to thank all the residents at Milagro Co-Housing for their commitment to conservation, and also your community's desire to work in collaboration with TUSD staff and students to create an education program that sheds light on ways that we can better live in harmony with the land. Dr. Trujillo, Mr. Ross, can you talk about ways that we can, past our term on the governing board, preserve the land at Gorret Road in perpetuity?
I'll shift that over to our general counsel as that's a legal question. Mr. Ross?
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. It is, in fact, a legal question, and I would appreciate the opportunity to have discussions like that in an executive session environment. But generally, there are ways that we can partner with other entities that we can consider restrictions in deeds on sales, although those sometimes come under attack. But there are some ways that it can be accomplished. You can also put it to a consistent use if you can make an educational project out of it, and it could still remain in the district's possession and accomplish those goals as well. So there are a number of ways. I can probably come up with more if I sat and thought about it a little longer. Going back to my days as a real estate lawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Board members, any other questions?
Ms. Grijalva?
Yes, Ms. Counts.
I just want to say thank you to Mr. Farley and the people over at Milagro. I did not originally vote to have this land preserved, but I think with this really creative use and this model example of collaboration and creativity and programming, and it's just really exciting. And so I'd like to thank everybody, and I'm happy that it did not go through that night, and now we have the potential to preserve it for future generations and education. Thank you.
Ms. Grijalva?
Ms. Luna Rose.
Hi. Mr. Farley, thank you so much. Really enjoyed the presentation. Also, just to the community there, and obviously, as we can tell through your enthusiasm, that this could definitely be a win-win for everybody. So again, thank you so much. I just wanted to thank you for your time.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Madam President, members. I'm so grateful. And I do want to extend an invitation anytime you want. If you'd like a tour, please give me a call, email me, and we'll set something up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Farley. It was nice to see you.
Great.
Thank you for the presentation. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good night. Okay, thank you. And now we are on item 8.2, the 2022 legislative session lobbyist update from Tri-Advocates. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, I'd like to welcome our lobbyists from Tri-Advocates, two of some of the best in the business, Mr. John Kelly, Lourdes Peña, who will be providing an overview of how things are going up at the legislature this session. We do like to bring them in on a yearly basis, 2 times, usually during the session, and then there's a wrap-up that usually happens a little bit later on in the spring to start talking about goals for the upcoming year. But for the goings-on, I'll turn it over to them. Mr. Kelly, looks like you're going to lead us off.
Thank you.
I think Lourdes is our lead off today.
Okay, Ms. Pena, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Trujillo, members of the board. Thanks for having us. We appreciate the opportunity to present to you all and give you some of the overall highlights and updates of what's happening at the state capitol. So next slide, please. We wanted to give you a quick overview. I think want to be respectful of time. We could spend the entire board meeting talking about some of the details here, but we'd rather not. So we want to give you a quick update of the session, where we are, a highlight of the issues, not only education-related issues, but just overall, what are the policies that are keeping the Capitol busy, and then obviously highlight and for further review, highlight some of the key education bills. Next slide. So just to kind of paint a picture of where we are by the numbers, right? Full disclosure, when this slide was prepared, this was on Friday when we updated. Since, although technically speaking, deadlines for new bills had already come, since we have an updated number of how many bills have been introduced, it's no longer 1,738. Now we have 1,746, I believe, and those new bills are related to election issues and water issues. So there was late introduction of bills introduced that the Capitol is focusing on. I think on that note, we tend to always have Title 15 a top of mind issue at the Capitol, with over 100 bills introduced and many of them heard through committee. This year, a top contender for that top popularity race is election bills. We had over 130 bills introduced regarding elections, and many of them are moving. So just kind of want to put that out there. Another thing to highlight, out of the bills that were introduced impacting Title 15, we still are tracking actively 99, so almost 100 bills actively tracking for the district. Some of them are directly Title 15 issues, and others are more about school board issues, but we'll get more into that. And just the last note I would make, this session, we noticed that there was about 82 strikers. That would be a strike everything amendments that were adopted. These are ways that you can have a bill starting impacting K-3 reading, and it's modified to impact elections. That's what the strike everything amendment mechanism does. So this year we have 82 that have been adopted, and some of them are moving through the process. And this is not related to education; it's related to all and everything, any topic you can think of. And today is we are day 58 for the legislative session. So in theory, we're halfway through the session. Next slide.
So we just want to give you a little bit of an overview of sort of the general environment of things that are going on, and then we'll dive a little bit deeper into some of the education bills that would specifically affect Tucson Unified. Next slide, please. So overall, the legislature has been operating this year in as much of a normal standard as possible, similar to what it was pre-COVID. There are few COVID restrictions or accommodations for members. I would say it's generally less crowded down there, but otherwise meetings are in person. Some are wearing masks, some are not. But overall, it's operating as normal as any legislature would operate. And as we all know from experience, even when the legislature is operating normally, it's not all that normal given some of the content of the work that they're doing. As Lourdes pointed out, there's always a huge attention to education issues, and we'll talk a little bit more deeply about where they're going with that. But we're still litigating some of the issues of the last 2 years relating to some of the school board dynamics, COVID restrictions, even employer restrictions, some of the issues that the legislatures have with local governments. Overall, there's been really a high percentage of bills where we would regard the proposals as the legislature substituting its judgment for local governments and school boards in areas where things have not really been an issue. Some of that is political themes that are national in scope, and some of those are just local dynamics related to maybe one incident in one school district is being expanded into being something that needs to be brought to the legislature for other considerations. The election reform issue, as Lourdes pointed out, has been a huge topic of focus. 130 bills introduced, still about maybe 50 or so still in the game. And a lot of those are conflicting. A lot of those add a lot of friction to the election process. There's a huge controversy going on over the last 72 hours relating to, because of redistricting, there's some changes to how some of the electronic signature gathering is done, which has resulted in a huge controversy over precinct committee people. That's an ongoing activity, but the overall theme is there's just such a lack of trust, either Democrats or Republicans, Republicans of Democrats, certain members of the public with the legislature or any power authority whatsoever. It's just a very difficult, challenging time to be down there. Every legislature has its personality, and it's often difficult. This has been very, very challenging for anybody who's been an educator, an administrator, a county superintendent, a local government official of any kind, businesses, big tech. There's a lot of targeting going on down there. There have been some increasing efforts over the last week or two related to some of the larger public policy problems that the state is concerned about. One, of course, is workforce initiatives and labor shortages, trying to accelerate the ability to get people educated, trained, certified, and ready to work in varieties of industries, particularly strategic industries. There's also, because of the current budget situation, which is good, it's healthy, there's a significant surplus that's available, which creates political challenges, but at least the state is looking at infrastructure investments like transportation infrastructure. Given the drought that the state is facing, there's a lot of focus on water infrastructure. There's a proposal that is brewing to create a brand new state agency called the Arizona Water Authority that would be funded with $1 billion, not an insignificant amount of money. But in these days, with the federal money that's available and with the current state budget surplus, nobody's really blinking at $1 billion. Finally, the big issue that we anticipate coming down is, as you recall, last year the legislature passed tax policy that would create a more flat tax for the state income tax. The SOSAZ folks got that referred to the ballot, so that'll be voted on this November, unless the legislature votes to repeal that law that they passed and pass a new version of it. That would move the referral, would require a new referral if that was the case. And there's discussion about doing that in a special session. What's interesting about that is that some of the Republicans that even would be sympathetic to that want to see other voting process bills included in that special session. And if they don't get that done in a short term, then they won't vote for the tax policy. So the gears of the legislative process are kind of stuck up with these cross-cutting policy concerns that different legislators have. Next slide, please. So we just want to give you a quick overview of some of the high-level education policy issues that are being discussed. Next slide. And I want you to, for this slide, as Lourdes pointed out, there's still about 100 bills that we're tracking. This is kind of a representative sample of some of the more significant ones that we've seen. This table marks some that have failed with a red F, but in any legislative process, no idea is ever dead until this session is over, so we could see some of these come back. But what I want you to focus on is the categories. The left-hand column is choice. There's a lot of issues and proposals designed to increase and improve the availability of choice for students, either to public schools or even to private instruction. The second column relates to restricting or requiring certain kinds of instruction, whether it's civics, whether it's family life curriculum. There's a lot of rules of the game that people want added on there, even graduation requirements. There are restrictions or directives to you, the school board members, as to what your job is and how you should do it, based on some of the dynamics over the last year and a half or so. And as always, there's always a lot of mandates where the legislature has decided that something is important for schools to do differently than what they've done before. Again, usually those don't apply universally. They're based on a situation or circumstance across the 225 different school districts. And then it's a matter of how the education interests are able to communicate about what's going on. That's where we come in to explain what Tucson's doing and to make sure that certainly the Tucson delegation and other members in the legislature understand your best practices and what you're doing. And there's always the sort of random miscellaneous things that come along. Lourdes, you want to take the next one?
Yes, next slide, please. Before we go into and this is really meant to just highlight some of those from the previous slide that are moving and are creating a lot of traction and attention from different stakeholders, equally the other associations that we tend to partner with and work in alliance with. So we just wanted to make sure that we provided you a list of the top bills that are still moving in the process without getting too much into the specifics. But I think the first one here, 2808, it's a bill regarding school improvement. It is also a bill that's being led and really emphasized by Governor Ducey. This is one of his education initiatives. Where it is in the process right now, it's pending for a full vote from the House. So it has not crossed over to the Senate just yet. A lot of more discussions are in the making, and although it's been, the 45-page bill was amended significantly already, more amendments are foreseen to come up for this bill. The next one is 2112. This is regarding classroom instruction, one of those that would be prohibiting certain instruction to be in the classroom. It got out of the House a while back, early February. It got out of the House. It's now waiting to be heard in the Senate. More importantly, it has not been put on a committee agenda just yet, even though it was out a couple weeks ago, and it got out on a party line vote. The next one would be 2161. This is another theme that we're seeing a lot of legislation regarding expanding or increasing the parental rights that are currently in place. The bill got out of the House. It was amended. More work needs to be done from different stakeholders, feedback, but it was supposed to be heard in the Senate Education Committee today. It was held, so we expect that to come back in the next week or so. 1326, this is regarding school course equivalent. This is a policy that would allow for elective credit to be offered in alternative ways than what it is now. It cleared the Senate and it's waiting for a committee hearing in the House. 1211, this is one that would require a lot of posting with the school materials and different curriculum and information the teachers are using. It was amended, but it's waiting to get a full vote from the Senate right now. So it's pending a full floor action in the Senate. More conversations to be had there. And then the last one that we have highlighted, I think, is one of the biggest bills regarding school choice that has been promoted at the state capitol right now. It's an expansion of the ESA program, significant expansion. This bill did clear the Senate on a party line vote, but it's waiting and it has not even been assigned to a committee just yet in the Senate, in the House, sorry. So it cleared one chamber, waiting for committee assignment in the other chamber. Again, we wanted to highlight this. These are top bills that are moving. John and I, working with the superintendent and your key staff, will be working on this and figuring out next steps for this, and what the direct impact would be for the district. But what you don't see here, and you don't see in any of the other slides, is probably one of the issues that kept you awake a lot, which is the aggregate expenditure limit. And being aware of the time limits here, I just wanted to highlight that early in January, we were really happy to have Dr. Trujillo visit at the state capitol and meet with key legislators to address the aggregate expenditure limit issue. It was great timing. It was the second week of session. Very key targeted meetings that really elevated the issue and painted the picture of what not expanding or not overriding that limit would do, not only for TUSD, but it also created a higher standard for legislators on what to ask of their superintendents so that they can be then more prepared and engaged in really getting us a temporary fix, which thankfully it did happen the week before the deadline, so that was taken care of. So we just wanted to again publicly extend that thank you to Dr. Trujillo. For weeks after his visit, we kept hearing from multiple folks, not only legislators, but other stakeholders, of how impactful that visit was. So next slide. So on that note, this is our legislative timeline. As you can see here, one could think that we're near the end, but don't be fooled by the slide. This really is just the 100 days, just a suggestion. We never tend to really end on the 100-day. Those timelines are expanded and extended, and we do not believe, given all the different political dynamics, we do not believe we'll have an early ending this year. If we're lucky, I hope we get out by the end of May, but we're not making any vacation plans before June for sure. And I think with that, we will open it up for any comments you guys will have for us, but really happy and privileged to continue to work on your behalf at the state capitol.
Thank you. We appreciate the presentation, and I know it's a moving target with so many bills that continue to be introduced, and with all, this many years, the fact that you all are sitting here saying, we just don't know what to expect, and you've been doing this a lot longer than we have, makes us a little nervous, but we appreciate the updates because it's important to stay informed. Board members, are there any questions? Okay, I don't see any. Dr. Trujillo, did you have a comment? Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Ravi, go ahead.
I just also want to compliment John and Lourdes, but I've heard from several fellow superintendents and district officials how relentless they were in their advocacy for the district against anybody resisting raising the aggregate expenditure limit up there at the Capitol. So their efforts were truly Herculean, and I think were instrumental in avoiding what would have been a disastrous outcome for TUSD. So very proud to work with this team. They do a wonderful job in terms of putting me in front of the right people up there at the Capitol. Those meetings aren't always enjoyable. Sometimes they have to convince me with some of the personalities, but I listen, and it pays off in the end. So I just wanted to thank them publicly.
Thank you. Dr. Ravi, go ahead.
Thank you, President Grijalva. I really appreciate the presentation.
I'm sorry, I think your mic might be off.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, President Grijalva. And I want to thank Tri Advocates for this presentation and for all of your work up in Phoenix to support our schools and, of course, our students. I just want to comment about just all the hatred that's in our state right now. Our state of Arizona has, I think, one of the highest, if not the highest, number of bills attacking LGBTQ people. Whether it's taking away trans youth, and especially our students, taking away healthcare access for trans youth, or sports access, taking away the ability of students to learn how their bodies work with all the anti-FLC bills out there. I look at House Bill 2161, that's going to get rid of confidentiality for students to be able to talk to their teachers in the guise of talking points of parental rights when it has nothing to do with this, and how this is going to harm students around our district. When I was in high school, the first adult I told I was gay was my high school English teacher. And that was about 6 years or so before I was ready to come up to my own parents. If I didn't have the safe space to talk to adults and really come to comfort with and understand what was going on, I don't know where I would be today. And so we need to fight all these harmful, horrible bills that are attacking our youth, attacking LGBTQ youth specifically, because it's going to harm people, harm students, harm our students in TUSD. And we need to do all we can to fight this hatred that's in our capital right now.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi.
Ms. Grijalva?
Yes, Ms. Luna Rose.
Thank you. Well, first I just want to echo Dr. Shaw's comments about hurting kids that are LGBTQ or those outside, quote unquote, the mainstream. Our state seems to be hell bent on doing things like that and reflecting states that are have the same mind think. So we just need to get out there and keep fighting. But I also wanted to ask about because I recently was on a call for ASBA advocates or delegates about, and I know you mentioned that it was mentioned in the discussion earlier, presentation early on, HB 2808. I wanted to know just how serious we should take, I mean, all the bills are serious, but just how serious we should take this one, because there's a real concerted push by Save Our Schools, and ASBA, an anti-push on it. So I just wanted to see if we can get a little more background on that.
So, Madam Chair and member, I would offer, first of all, to Dr. Ravi's comments, I would recommend you take a look at House Bill 2802, which has just recently been introduced by Speaker Bowers and another legislator named Dr. Shaw, ironically enough, which would ban discrimination based on gender identity, sexual orientation for housing, employment, and public accommodations. We were in a meeting this week with the Speaker Bowers, who's a devout Mormon Republican legislator, and he spoke very personally and eloquently about the need to treat each other with kindness and with respect. And I know that when you see a lot of these other bills, you can't believe that that would exist, but the reason we can do the job that we do is because we run into those moments where people are human and they put themselves forward in that way. And I think you would be pleased to see if you had a chance to witness that. And there's going to be a special committee to take up that issue, whether it's successful or not. And that's going to be the true test, is whether it's successful or not, a week from Thursday. And so just keep an eye on House Bill 2802 to your point. And as to 2808, it is a 45-page bill. It tries to do a lot of things in a lot of different ways. Fundamentally, the member who brought that forward, Michelle Udall, is concerned about DNF schools. We're all concerned about DNF schools. We all want to see resource, attention, rigor brought to bear to address that issue. That bill needs a lot of work. So it is a serious proposal that needs serious work before it's ever going to see the light of day. The fact, when Lourdes put up the timeline of where the legislature is in the session, the fact that that bill hasn't gotten out of the House yet is a function of the fact that it still needs a lot of work to even get the votes. That bill is going to see a lot of changes. I think there's going to be an opportunity for Tucson Unified to be at the table to participate in those changes. But I think bottom line is, let there be no mistake, we've gotten direction from Dr. Trujillo. We need to keep an eye on that proposal, and we need to all work very carefully and consciously to address the DNF schools.
Okay, thank you. And I would just hope the community that's listening tonight to take a moment to look up this bill. Also, Save Our Schools has been very on this bill, and it will give a better, you can get lost in 45 pages of legislation, so you can pick up bullet points and really let your legislators know that if this bill, and I'm glad to know that it's kind of being stalled in the House, but there could be some, and so if it dies this session, there's always a possibility that we'll see something similar again. So just keep your eye out on for it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm really concerned about the bills that are being introduced about elections and voter suppression. It's just completely trying to undermine the integrity of our elections. That's and some of the bills that are introduced on how to add resolutions, and it's just trying to really limit access, and those are really concerning. And so I thank you for keeping track of those and providing us updates. I know you provide them to Dr. Trujillo and he forwards them to us, and so we appreciate the update here at the board meeting.
Pleasure.
Any other questions? And I know I speak for myself, but I assume that the other board members would be interested if you think that it would be at all helpful for us to join you at the Capitol on any of these issues. I think that, and any that you think we would be helpful. I know sometimes representing TUSD is a little bit difficult because we actually have bills that are created specifically to target our district. So, sometimes it's a pro and con. Do you want us there or not? But I don't see any objection to, reaching out to us and to talk about them and maybe introducing them to some of our new board members. I think that would be nice too. Especially if Dr. Trujillo would know we're okay. I think some of us can say hi. Some of us more than others, maybe.
Madam President, members, we always welcome having you up here. Again, Dr. Trujillo did more than okay. He did outstanding work out here. He's always great to come along, and I think if other clients are listening to me, it's going to be out there. But I never have any concerns having Dr. Trujillo in front of any legislator because he just knows exactly the data and the students and the community that he serves, and he really does a great job representing you up here. And we'll definitely keep that in mind for some of these bills as they're moving along. I think you're right. Sometimes there's more science than art, and art than science, depending on the time, depending on the day. It really, everything changes by the hour up here.
Well, thank you so much for all of your attention and for giving us all an update.
Thank you.
Stay safe. Be careful out there. Thank you. So, Dr. Trujillo, we're on 7.1, TUSD COVID Readiness and Response District Update, February 22nd through March 8th.
Yes, President Grijalva, members of the governing board. So tonight's COVID readiness update is going to center on updated CDC guidance that has come out since the last time that we met, as well as updated Pima County Health Department guidance. We also have some steps that have been taken by the county at a recent Board of Supervisors meeting since the last time that we met. We're going to go over that guidance, and then we're going to be bringing forth some recommendations regarding the district's mitigation efforts, specifically around masking and testing. And then also we'll give you an update on a relaxation of some of the site-level restrictions that have been in play for things like activities, assemblies, in-person meetings, and PD. To kick things off, I'll turn it over to our team, Leslie Lenhart and Mr. Blaine Young.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. Good evening, Governing Board.
Leslie, can you turn up your mic or talk? You're just a little faint.
Is that better?
A little bit. Yep. Thank you.
Okay. I'll just hold my mic closer to my mouth. Okay. Good evening, President Grijalva, Board Clerk Lena Rose, Governing Board, Dr. Trujillo, and Mr. Ross. Thank you for having me. So this evening we're going to through, as Dr. Trujillo mentioned, 3 different areas. We're going to quickly speak, if you'll change the slide, please. talk about a little bit about the COVID reporting and where the district is. We'll then review the CDC and Pima County guidance updates and talk about potential recommendations there, and then look at site level recommendations. So next slide. So first we'll talk about the reporting and what has been happening in our district. As you all are aware from our last discussion, we have started to begin to pay the stipends to many of our employees for their vaccination and or booster. Those will continue to be paid for any qualifying employee submissions at each paycheck going forward through June. Also, as far as pool testing, we have noticed quite a drop in our positive pool testing over the last few weeks. In the last couple of weeks, we've had a 71% drop in the number of positive pools. And at the end of last week, we only had 30 positive pools as compared to 106 positive pools the week of February 14th, which was the prior time right before rodeo that we tested. Also, the number of cases in our schools have been dropping dramatically. We've dropped from 47 cases a day a few weeks ago to less than 10, and in the last few days, 5 or less cases per day. And in most cases, the cases we have had have only been 1 per school, which is very encouraging. And we're appreciating the fact that people are still testing, but fortunately, we aren't having many positive cases at all. Next slide. Any questions on the reporting?
Board members? I do have a question about the pool testing. How, as far as the percentage of our students, how many are testing? Do you have that?
The last time I had calculated, and I have not updated it since the beginning of January, we had about 16% of our total school populations that were testing.
16, like 1/6?
1/6, yeah.
Okay.
It's very small, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, any other questions, board members, on these slides? Okay, we'll go ahead and move on.
Great.
Thank you.
Yes, next slide. So we're just going to review the current CDC guidance as of February 24th. We'll walk through each of these and then give some additional information. So according to the CDC, that they're recommending anyone who is not up to date with their COVID vaccines, or for children 5 and under, to continue to do everything they can to prevent getting sick, including masks and or physical distancing, things like that. Everyone 2 years and older should continue to wear a well-fitted mask indoors if they are in a community level that has a high number, regardless of if their vaccination status, whether they're vaccinated or not vaccinated. CDC is recommending that if you are outdoors, you do not need to wear a mask. If you are sick and need to be around others, or you're caring for someone with COVID, that they suggest you wear a mask. But if you are sick, please stay home, according to our district policy. CDC does not require masks on buses and vans that are operated by public or private school systems, and this includes early care and education and child care programs. And then right now, the CDC has moved to what we call community level, in which each county across the United States is rated by what their community level of transmission is. So this includes what their new case rate and their hospital admissions rates are. So that's how they calculate community level. Next slide. So for community level, since that is the major indicator right now, there are 3 different levels. Low, in which case wearing mask is a personal preference. Medium, which is the CDC recommends if you're immunocompromised that you wear a mask, or if you're in contact with someone who might be at high risk for COVID. Or high, that you wear a mask if you're indoors in a public setting, regardless of what your vaccination status, and this would include schools. Next slide. So this is the CDC updated community level map as of last Thursday. When they updated it, as you can see, most of Arizona is at the yellow level or the medium level. Next slide. And when you drill down to Pima County, because on their CDC website, you can look at this information by county. For Pima County, we are at medium, as the map showed, and then they provide a little bit of information about what you should do if you are at risk for getting COVID. Next slide. And then I also looked at the Pima County current guidance. This was as of last Thursday or Friday, early Friday morning. As you can see, most of the indicators on the Pima County statuses that they've been using since the beginning of the pandemic have come down to yellow or green, except for our positivity rate, which is still at the higher level. Next slide. So based on all of what we're seeing between CDC guidance and Pima County guidance, we have 3 recommendations that we'd like the board to consider. The first one is regarding the masks. So we suggest we move away from mandatory mask policy and adjust to a mask optional policy, but highly recommend that immunocompromised individuals wear a mask. And this would be effective after spring break to give our schools a chance. There's only 2 more days of school for students. So just finish the week under this with what we have going on, and then switch when we come back and return on March 21st. The second recommendation is regarding the pool testing. So providing optional weekly COVID testing for unvaccinated employees instead of mandatory. However, the district will continue our pool testing program and make it available to anyone who wants to test on a weekly basis, as long as the Arizona Department of Health and Concentric program continues to be at no cost to the district. And then the third recommendation is return to our in-person governing board meetings on March 22nd. And if we'd like to, we can review what that guidance is based on our discussions last fall when we initially considered coming back in person. Next slide, or questions or conversation.
So I would,
Dr. Trujillo.
yeah, I just want to jump in. We are asking for action on these 3 items. And for your information, for any board member, we are ready to kind of review what live in-person governing board meetings will look like. We also will provide an update for you on the capabilities of our audio-visual technology in terms of being able to use a combination of Zoom and regular in-person governing board meetings, utilizing Zoom to have presenters sort of pipe in remotely. We'll give you an update on that as well. And also, I just want to make it very, very clear, none of our recommendations have anything to do with our health and safety protocols for either quarantine or isolation, for either exposure or COVID-19 positivity. Okay, so we're not making any recommendations in those areas. Our employees that test positively, whether it's mandatory or they voluntarily enter the pool, they are subjected to the same recommendations that we have in place for our health and safety protocols. So with those caveats, I certainly will turn it over to the board for discussion.
Dr. Trujillo, since you spoke, or Ms. Lenhart mentioned the board meetings, I wanted to know if you were going to talk about capacity in our buildings and for gatherings. And also, you know, I've had a lot of people reach out about the concern that they have with spring break coming and everyone sort of going into a lot of different directions and coming back. And historically, what's happened, even though our positivity is looking better, historically what's happened is when we have breaks, we come back and there's an increase in illness.
So we have 2 parts to our recommendations. We have universal recommendations that affect the big areas of masking and testing and live board meetings, which is we're asking for a formal governing board vote on these 3 items. But then the next part of our presentation are more site-level administrative adjustments to restrictions to relax them. If you would like, Madam President, we can proceed with sort of our site-level recommendations before returning to ask the board to vote on the bigger masking and testing recommendations, or we can enter into the board discussion.
I just wanted to know how they dovetail together, because what we've been doing as a district is going by the Pima County Health Department recommendations, and their recommendations have been face masks recommended, not using optional language. And the other is, our board meetings have sort of mirrored what our schools can do, like in their auditoriums and for, public gatherings. And so I do feel like they kind of tie together.
Okay.
So unless there's an objection from the board, if we can just go through the rest of the presentation and then we'll come right back to this and have a conversation. Okay, great. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yes. No problem. Thank you. As we talked about, these would be our site level recommendations.
Can you speak up just a little bit, Leslie?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sorry. These would be our site level recommendations. So we have that we would resume up to in-person job fairs, resume our in-person interviews, resume our professional development opportunities for our staff. We would not require masks at any outdoor events. We would resume in-person school tours for families or small groups. And then we would not have capacity limits at our indoor large-scale events like assemblies or performances, but we would recommend that masks be required since they would be a larger number of people. And that would be it.
Thank you. Board members, questions? Comments? Yes, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. The last item, no capacity limit for indoor large-scale events, but masks are required. I just see that this is going to, if we do vote to make masks optional, how are we going to enforce masks at a large-scale event if students aren't necessarily going to be carrying their masks with them?
I think that's kind of one of the reasons why I really prefer masks recommended language, because if we just act as if the pandemic doesn't exist anymore and we have to go back for whatever reason, we have an increase. I mean, this is trending in the absolutely right direction, but I don't think we're at low transmission yet, in my opinion. And I do think that we haven't had any staggered steps. Our district went from no masks to masks required, and we never had that, kind of intermediate step. And so when we're bringing a lot of people together, I do think that it's important for everyone to remember that don't throw the masks away. We're going to need them at some point, especially for some of these events. And if we opt not to increase the capacity, then what will continue to happen on our campuses is that they limit performances to one or two per student, one or two outside people per student, which, that means extended family and friends can't go and celebrate your child, and we want them to be able to do that. Dr. Trujillo, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, so the flexibility that we're offering is with a capacity limit in play, we can exercise, our recommendation would be to exercise the masks recommended. If you're going to max out in auditoriums and gyms, we certainly would stick with mask requirements. That could be baked into whatever action you take tonight. To answer Ms. Shaw's question, yes, absolutely. We would be responsible for distributing and disseminating masks in large-scale PEP assemblies or events. We still have a very, very healthy stockpile of masks in the district to be able to do that. But certainly would encourage all of our students to have a mask handy.
Any other questions, board members? Okay, do you want to go back to the slide that shows what you wanted us to vote on? Dr. Trujillo?
Yes, there are 3 actions we're seeking this evening. And again, the third one, we're happy to give you a little bit more information on the setup of Duffy when we do
Okay.
return, and also talk a little bit about the capability of our system to do a little bit of a hybrid with some of our presenters through Zoom.
Okay, maybe since I don't see any questions, oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Ravi, go ahead.
Thank you, President Grijalva, and thank you, Dr. Trujillo, for putting together these recommendations. And understand that a lot of things are changing, and and let me see if I can share my screen. Sorry. Is it okay if I share my screen and stop this presentation? All right. So, knowing that things might change, that we are a medium level of community COVID level right now, we might go to low at some point before the school year is out or into summer school. We might go back to high after spring break or some other time. Instead of saying, yes, we're mask optional now or mask required, giving the administration some guidance in terms of based on community COVID levels. This is what the governing board has approved, and so every Thursday when the CDC comes out with the new updated community COVID levels throughout the country, the administration can implement the best available recommendations that we have. And so this is what we had put together, some back and forth, and something that if the governing board is open to doing it this way, instead of saying, masks, no mask, yes masks, back and forth, we have to meet again. It's just giving the administration some guidance with this in terms of what to do with each different level of community COVID spread.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi. I like the idea. I still really would like to see recommended language versus supported, because I'm not sure. And I do think that we can continue to talk about this. It doesn't have to be something that right now we go from mask required to wear them if you want to in a couple days. I do think that it's good for us to, and every teacher, quite frankly, that I talked to preferred and again, this is just me talking to people, so it's not like any kind of scientific survey, but I do think that most people felt comfortable with that, and people will read in what they want to with recommended, and they are recommended. It's not, but I like the idea of kind of adopting a chart like this, and maybe Dr. Trujillo, you can look at something like this for our next meeting. So, you don't have to come back to the board periodically, and as we move from one level to the other, and hopefully we continue to trend downward, that you can make the changes that you'd like to see, that you think would be, that have already been approved by the board, so you don't have to come back to us.
No, I certainly like this chart. I think it brings a lot of clarity, brings a lot of structure and transparency more than anything else. It has different categories of events. And then as the dashboard shifts in Pima County, we have mask recommendations as a package, instead of having to parse through each event type one by one and to figure out where we're at. So, and it's kind of what we're recommending this evening. If you look at it, we understand that there's going to be probably further conversation with our board right now regarding verbiage, but conceptually, we are really only looking at masks required in one particular type of activity, and that is a large-scale, non-capacity or at full capacity event. And I can see here on the chart that that's a masks required, and that's essentially what we would be recommending as well when we have those large-scale events.
And it's specific to indoors.
Specific
so I think that
indoor.
Makes a big difference.
Yes, it's an indoor. We are not making a recommendation that large-scale outdoor events are mask required. Ours are, certainly looking at those indoor gyms, auditoriums, and big old PD rooms.
Okay.
Ms. Grijalva?
Yes, Ms. Luna Rose.
So, Dr. Shaw, thank you so much for this chart, and I really like it. I am weary of the optional, because it's sort of like a smoke 'em if you got 'em sort of. To me, that's how people will take it. That's probably wrong wording. That's one thing I could come up with. Using recommended, I think, is a little bit stronger language. But I do really appreciate this. I think this works well, and I think it's easy to read. My other thought is, if we are going to, if we are lifting the mandate and making it recommended, is it worth looking into, and I know in the presentation about, the Monday after spring break, but would it be worth even putting it off one more week to the following day, the following Monday, like the 28th? Because that gives, we've seen in the past that there's the transmission is, 14 days is 2 weeks. And maybe we start then, or maybe we start April 1st or something, but just to kind of give enough of a buffer for a lot of families who are going in spring break. And I know that, all of us on the board have been inundated with emails and texts and, if I were to take an informal poll, I took an informal poll today, again, not scientific, but it was like 50-50. But I think most, and some of the teachers I talked to are ready to, make the masks optional / recommended, and the other ones aren't. So, and in speaking to some students today, my daughter included in her friends, and they're in 8th grade, none of them wanted to get rid of the masks. So it really runs the gamut. So I think we recommend, I'm in favor of ending the mask mandate per that we have recommended language in it, and also looking into maybe going a week past the following week, which I believe is 28th, if I'm looking at my calendar. Yes, the 28th, looking at my calendar correctly.
Yeah, I can support that, Ms. Luna Rose. I do think that it's a good compromise for people who are concerned. And quite honestly, every break since this pandemic, we haven't had the best luck when we come back on campus. It's our numbers have not been where they need to be, but we are definitely trending in the right direction. And I think that's great. I do think that we need to acknowledge that even our elementary students who are fully vaccinated, the data that came out from the CDC regarding the pediatric dosage, and it's, the time that it is still effective is pretty low compared to adult dosages.
And if we can also keep working with the health department on, especially when we, it becomes an optional / recommended thing, that we have maybe some more vaccine clinics. Maybe that's the impetus for some people to want to say, okay, well, then maybe I should get vaccinated. And we have a couple of more clinics across at our different high schools. We just had rodeo break where probably half of Tucson went to Disneyland in California. So, are we going to see that spike coming very soon? We might, right? But that kind of runs into spring break. So, just trying to find a happy medium.
Yeah, and I really thank you, Dr. Trujillo, for trying to come up with a way for people to participate virtually, because I do think that that's been really beneficial. And, a lot of our staff that have really long days, it would be great for them not to have to sit and wait while we go through the agenda, and, and be able to just participate when they're called. And I do think that this option gives us a lot more people are really involved with our entire board meeting, or at least listening to it while they're doing other things. And so I do think that's been really helpful. Dr. Ravi.
Thank you, President Grijalva. And, I really appreciate our conversation tonight to come up with the best solution. I think we have done an amazing job these last 2 years trying to do the best we can to keep our students, staff, teachers, and the families they come home to as safe as possible and healthy as possible. A lot has changed recently, and we had a lot of calls to the audience and emails and other conversations with folks from folks who are concerned about not requiring masks on our campuses. And I really appreciate what the CDC has done with the community COVID levels and the way they've combined community spread with healthcare capacity, where the high levels the community spread is very high and the hospital capacity is low, and there's much more risk of consequences of severe illness. When we get to the medium levels that we are right now, the community spreads are lower, the hospital capacity is much higher, and one of our slides showed that everything was in the green zone for our hospital capacity and our healthcare infrastructure. So, the risk of getting COVID is lower. The risk of severe complication is lower, especially for those who are eligible for vaccination. And if there are severe illness, our healthcare infrastructure can handle it. And people have mentioned, the levels being similar to what they were a year ago, but our understanding and treatment of COVID has changed so much in the last year in terms of how we can manage COVID in the hospital setting. If you're at high risk and exposed to COVID, there's now post-exposure prophylaxis. There's pills you can take even before you become COVID positive. If you're exposed to a household contact or a close contact is COVID positive, if you're at high risk, to help keep from developing COVID and prevent the severe illnesses. And of course, there's outpatient medications and other things that we have in our arsenal that we didn't have a year ago to treat folks who are COVID positive, and especially those that are high risk. So things are a lot different now than they were even a year ago, even 6 months ago, even 2 weeks ago in terms of COVID in our community and here at Pima County. And I really appreciate how our public health experts have put it all together, with these recommendations. And here on the graphic, we're looking at just different types of ways that our students and our teachers and staff congregate, whether it's just general classroom settings, the large group events, indoors, outdoor settings, and outdoor large group events. And this also addresses staff not fully vaccinated in the weekly COVID test requirement that we have in place right now, and making that optional in the medium and low zones, levels, excuse me. A couple of things that come up in our conversations, the recommended versus support. So I'll vote whatever the board majority is on that, but I'm hesitant on recommending something that isn't recommended by our public health entities. So right now, the Pima County Department of Health recommends universal masking for those who are high risk, but not for general public, based on medium level of community COVID spread. And so we've always tried to follow the science and the data and our public health guidance, whether it's our isolation and quarantine plans and requirements, or some language things. So I would be hesitant to change to recommend it when that isn't what the public health bodies are recommended for the general public right now, when it's only recommended for those high risk, and then personal preference or optional for those at low risk or general public. And also,
Dr. Ravi,
yeah.
I just wanted to say, because I asked them what the signage was going to look like, and they said, oh, we can send you a couple copies. They sent me like reams of it, but this is what's going up on all of our county buildings. And it says recommended. And then this is what's going up on elevators where it says we recommend you wear a mask in the elevators. So it is recommended. That is that's going to be listed. It's not optional.
Well,
and so
I understand what the county is doing, but it's not the public health entity. And I have the document, the public health advisory, updated March 4th, and they're saying recommended for those who are at high risk.
Right, I understand what you're saying, but the Pima County Health Department was a part of all of this. It wasn't just something that our administrator came up with by themselves. So in case, because you're right, we have been taking the lead from the Pima County Health Department. That's what we've been consistently doing.
And then my final point is I don't think we should wait after spring break. I think the Monday after spring break is fine. If we have a spike, if we have issues, it's going to actually be until early April, mid-April, until we really get to a spike again, if the numbers do get worse again. But we know that there's so much vaccination and vaccinated immunity and natural immunity that people have had from all the Omicron infections we've had over these winter months. And hopefully there won't be as much of a spike leaving spring break. And again, we won't be seeing the spike until mid-April if there is one. And if we adopt it this way, this gives the administration the ability to look every Thursday as numbers change and as the CDC guidance, CDC data updates our county's community COVID level spreads. They can re-implement a mask requirement if we're back in the high zone, if we have high spread and low hospital capacity. So I would not recommend waiting past the Monday after spring break. I think the Monday after spring break is when we should go live with these new recommendations.
Ms. Grijalva,
Miss, Counts.
I'd just like to support with everything Dr. Ravi just said.
Thank you, Miss Counts.
Ms. Graham?
Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on. Someone shared and then it messed up my screen. Was that who wanted to speak?
Ms. Shaw?
Miss Shaw, thank you.
Thank you. Whether we use language like recommended or supported, masks will still be optional. I really believe that we will be doing a disservice to our district and the Tucson community at large if we change our mask policy at this point. And although the positive case numbers have been lower, this should not be cause to celebrate and backtrack on the progress that has been made. Just as quickly as the numbers have gone down, they can also go up, and most likely will after spring break, similar to what we saw after students and staff returned to school after winter break this January, and we saw all of the outbreaks at our schools. Many of our TUSD families live in intergenerational homes. Many have family members with health problems that put them at risk whether they are vaccinated or not. And also many of our TUSD families have children at home who are under 5 and are not able to receive the vaccine. Therefore, I believe it would be irresponsible of us to celebrate this small victory and rescind our current mask policy. We only have about 2 months remaining, and so I strongly believe that we should keep our mandatory mask policy until the end of the school year.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Dr. Ravi.
Just want to thank Ms. Shaw also. I appreciate what you're saying. And as someone who is in a multi-generational house with my 75-year-old father living with us, and my twins are under 5, so they're too young to be vaccinated, I definitely empathize with a lot of folks because we have had that problem in our own family over these last 2 years. But I think at this point things are different. We are in a more endemic spot with this illness, and if we get to a high level, of course we'll change what we do. But we need to. It's not about celebrating this. I'm not trying to celebrate any victory. This has been a rough 2 years, and there's going to be no celebration coming out of this COVID pandemic for any of us. But we need to follow the science. We need to treat this as endemic. We've had bad flu strains, H1N1, swine flu, and we need to, do what we did then is, be smart and responsible. And, we have more knowledge and data on how to manage viruses now than we did with the flu outbreaks in the past. This is an illness that's going to be with us forever, whether it's the Omicron variant or other variants in the future. And we need to find ways to be safe and secure and healthy, and do what's best based on the data and things that we have. And it's not easy to make this decision. We've spent a lot of time talking about masks. In our entire country, entire world has been talking about this for 2 years now. So this decision isn't made lightly. It isn't about celebrating, but it's about following the science, which we've told the public that's what we're doing with our recommendations. And when the data changes and when the recommendations are updated by our public health experts, we even when we feel differently, we aren't the experts. I'm a physician who has 20 years of community health experience, who has a master's in public health, and I wouldn't call myself the public health expert on managing COVID. And I rely on the folks who are the experts in looking at this, day after day and making these recommendations to really help drive what we do that's best for our district.
Okay, Ms. Shaw?
With all due respect, Dr. Shaw, the CDC doesn't have to be in a TUSD classroom for 8 hours a day. They don't have to work in an environment where there are thousands of students walking around, where students' families have lost people to COVID. School communities have lost staff to COVID. not that long ago. And whether it's recommended at this time, it is happening way too soon. We might as well just ride the rest of the year out with our current policies. They're already in place. Students are rather comfortable with it, just like Miss Luna Rose said, her daughter wants to keep the mask policy, so does mine. So do many of the students I've spoken with at Tucson High and other school sites. I can't believe what I'm hearing from my colleagues. We need to do the responsible thing and keep our mask policy as it is.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. I think that we're all, even though we might not agree in totality with what we're saying, I hope that our community hears that we are taking this very seriously, that we all are very passionate about this, and we want to keep our community as safe as possible. It doesn't seem, I haven't had a motion. I did hear Ms. Counts agree with Dr. Robbie, but I don't hear that we have quite a majority. I would be willing to go with the compromise that Ms. Luna Rose suggested, which is going with masks recommended as, did you change it, Dr. Robbie?
I did, and I'm happy to make the motion. If
Okay,
like.
but then that we perhaps wait after spring break. But now, Ms. Luna Rose, you have your hand up.
Oh, yeah. I just want to make a comment. I mean, repealing the mask mandate has, I think should make most people maybe a little nervous or cautious. I know there's some of those. It's not because we're afraid. It's just we've been living under this for 2 years. We've known people who have, gotten really sick or have died. And that's a concern. And I understand Ms. Shaw's concern. I really do. And it's not something I think any of us as a board member is really wrestling with. We know this is a really difficult decision. My other point about, having the compromise is also the fact that, we are TUSD and we want to be a leader, but I also want to make sure that, we've got the county who just changed the rules. The city's looking into, I just heard today the U of A is thinking about doing that next week, come Monday. Other districts have already done it, starting March 1st. So, I would like us to keep this, aligned with the community, but also that we are following the science that Dr. Bobby is talking about and keeping, our friends, our grandmas and grandpas and nanas and tatas and in mind when we're trying to make this decision. I mean, I don't think any of us are cavalier about this. And so that's just why this is a little bit of a tough decision, but I just wanted to add to that.
Okay, Dr. Robbie.
So, President Grijalva, I'll make the motion to adopt the recommendations as outlined here in this chart, and I would make the motion that it's effective March 21st after spring break.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. I just want to say one more time that we have 8 weeks left roughly in this school year. We already have all of these policies in place. It really does not make any sense to backtrack. We're going to make a lot of people upset and frankly put a lot of people's lives at risk. I'm not comfortable with doing that. And I don't think any of you should be either. We're not protecting our nanas and tatas this way. We're not protecting the babies at home. We're not protecting the little girl that Miss Del Rey wrote about who has a heart condition, who's in person and wants to remain in person. We have 8 weeks left. okay? And we can be the leaders. We are the leaders of the school communities. TUSD does not have to follow the CDC recommendations. Perhaps we will next school year. But for this school year, since we're almost done, we must keep our current policy. We have to do the responsible thing.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw.
Mr. Cova?
Ms. Counts.
So I would just like to say that, you know, I understand and I hear that there is a lot of fear, but something that has been a resounding call from the public my entire time on the board, whether it's with FLC, mask mandates, COVID policy, all kinds of stuff, is facts, not fear. And the facts and the science overwhelmingly, we have world consensus that now is the time to stop what our kids have had to suffer for many times. And we say that, okay, Ms. Shaw says that there's 8 weeks left. Well, there's 8 weeks left, and I want to make an impassioned plea for many parents of children who are learning English, who are not at their reading level, who have speech impediments or special needs, and that this 8 weeks can't be squandered and it can't be forsaken because we are choosing to follow fear instead of facts. So I understand. I have a lot of fear. I've carried a lot of fear this entire pandemic. But I'd like to say that just as I've always tried to do with all of my decisions, that to be based in facts, in science, and what's best for our kids. And what's best personally for not just all the kids at TUSD, but anyway, we've all been affected personally, and I don't appreciate the insinuation that we're making these decisions lightly or carelessly or cold-heartedly. There's a lot of people that are suffering on all sides of this, and I want to follow the science. Thank you.
Ms. Counts.
Dr. Ravi, can I just ask a quick question, Ms. Shaw, and then I'll call on you. Dr. Ravi and Ms. Counts, would you be willing to amend your recommendation to include an additional week after spring break in order to reach a compromise that more of us could support?
So I'll vote with the board majority, President Grijalva, but again, I don't think it's going to make a difference. You know, if there is a spike after spring break, it's going to be mid-April until we know that, or early April. So I don't think waiting a week will make a difference positively for our district, and I think it's just waiting for without benefit. But if that's what it takes to get a board majority, I'll support that.
Okay, I'm going to let Ms. Shaw have a comment, and then I'll ask one more time if anyone else has a comment, and then we'll vote.
Thank you. Ms. Counts, I'm not acting in fear. I'm actually also following the science that the CDC laid out not less than a couple months ago. So, you know, we've seen the numbers get to the levels that they're at now, and we've also seen them rise again. And I just feel that it's important for us to really consider the time frame we have. What if we make it so that masks aren't required when students are outside or staff are outside? You know, I agree that we need sometimes, or all the time really, students need to see their peers' faces. And I think we could find ways where we can do that. We should have done it a long time ago where masks were optional outside. But at this point, with the school year so close to an end, I think we should just keep the mask policy as it is for the sake of public health.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Shaw. Does anyone else want to add? Ms. Luna Rose?
Yeah, I'm sorry. And I know there's a motion on the table, but and I don't know if anything could be amended. I hear Dr. Ravi, and I mean, I'm still, you know, in favor of, you know, finding a happy medium. And again, I could vote with the board majority as well, though. I'm not trying to be inconsistent, but I see both sides, and I was just, but my other question is, if Pima County goes into the red again, though, is there something that we can add to the amendment that, and I know Dr. Trio talked about, but that we put into the motion how it's written, that we require masks again if we see the red numbers come back up? So that, or would we leave that to like the discretion of the superintendent?
Dr. Trujillo.
Yeah, one of the things I like about Dr. Shah's chart is it's just really clear and transparent. My understanding is if this vote passes tonight, we now have a framework for decision making where it's just a simple reference to the chart. Once the Pima County dashboard changes, if it changes to high community transmission, we have a series of recommendations that will be enacted immediately at the administrative level without us having to come back to the governing board. And so to answer your question, Mrs. Luna Rose, that's how we're receiving it as the administration, that these recommendations are going to be based off of levels of community spread, that we're going to be watching the Pima County dashboard, that we will be able to move in and out of according to the data regarding transmission. So, I'll probably let Rob chime in, but to the extent that we need any extra language empowering the superintendent, I think just adopting this framework becomes the policy from which we operate based off of the levels of community spread.
Okay. Did you want Mr. Ross to chime in, or?
Yeah, Mr. Ross, would you chime in?
Board members, Dr. Trujillo, that's the way I interpreted the motion on the table, is that it would be self-executing, well, not self-executing, but executed by administration as a policy, so that there wouldn't need to be any additional board action. We would just look at that dashboard and make the adjustments based on what community COVID level the county designates the district.
President Grijalva, can I make one change to be?
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Robbie.
I just want to make one change just to be consistent on here. So, I'm just making that one change to be consistent with our language.
Okay,
yeah,
that makes sense.
in terms of what we're passing if we do adopt this.
Okay. So I do think that there's closer to a majority if we can extend our current mask policy after the spring break to give a week. I understand what you're saying, Dr. Robbie, but it also would give us some time in order to see if any of the trends that we saw right after the winter break happen. And so if there's a willingness to amend this current motion to have the policy begin on the 28th of March, and we can always talk about it on the 22nd as well, then I think that would be closer to, was that what you were suggesting, Ms. Luna Rose?
Yes.
Starting on the 28th.
Yes.
And so if the maker and the seconder would be willing to add that language, then I think that we could have closer to a majority.
So are you making an amendment to the original motion?
No, I'm suggesting I can make a substitute motion, or you all can make the change, and then we can vote as it is. With that additional change, instead of it changing on the 21st, it would change on the 28th.
Dr. Ravi, do you want to make that amendment?
I can. If that's what it'll take to get a board majority, I can make that amendment.
Okay, and I will second.
Great. And so we have a motion that we're adopting this chart to take effect on March 28th, which is Monday, and it's a week after spring break. And so Dr. Ravi moved the item and Ms. Count seconded. Any additional discussion, board members? Okay, I'll go ahead and ask for a roll call vote, please.
Okay. Ms. Counts?
Yes.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Yes.
Dr. Ravi?
Yes.
Ms. Shaw?
No.
Ms. Grijalva?
Yes, motion passes 4-1 with Ms. Shaw voting against. Thank you all for the discussion. I know it's difficult, and I know that none of us are entirely happy with what we did necessarily, if we could do it all by ourselves, but I do think that this is a good compromise, and I'm glad we were able to do that. Okay. Do we want to take a quick 5-minute break, or do we want to power through?
Well, I think before a 5-minute break, can the board resolve in-person meeting recommendation that we have on the table still?
Oh, we can discuss that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So we can finish this item for sure. So we dealt with the orange box. Now we're on optional weekly testing for unvaccinated employees. Dr. Trujillo.
Yeah, so the board just voted to adopt optional testing for unvaccinated employees as part of the chart of recommendations presented by Dr. Shaw. So we're on just the return to live governing board meetings. At the board's pleasure, we have a brief overview of the arrangements of Duffy that would be in play in a return to governing board meetings. And I've got our team in here also to talk about the capabilities of our audio-visual technology to be able to accommodate some Zoom needs for presenters. So I'll turn it over to Leslie, and I think we'll have help from Mary and Miguel and our team here.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Jean. If you could go to the next slide. So a lot of this is just a refresh of the presentations we've seen in the past. So we'll briefly talk about the Duffy AV system. We'll review what the layout of the room looks like and what the call to the audience plan is. Next slide. Thank you. So in Duffy, we have two primary videos, one which is our camera for the room, and then we have a secondary source, which is the presentation. And then we determined today and tested a way that a Zoom presenter can also be a participant, but they cannot see the room. And we can walk through that a little bit more. From the audio side, anyone in the room will use their microphones that are at their seats. The Zoom participant can hear the governing board members, and the governing board members can hear them. Live stream, as we've talked about in the past, is a single event distribution, so we can't have more than one live stream happening in the district at any one time. Also, a reminder that live stream does have a 25-second delay, and that if you're in the Duffy MPR, that if you have your personal computer, that's perfectly fine, but we ask that you mute the computer's audio so that we don't get interference or feedback. Next slide. And so this is just a quick review of when you all do go back when our executive session, so that all of the governing board members would be in the library, and that we'd have a waiting area in the ocean and cactus rooms, 101 and 103, I believe they are, across the courtyard for any presenters for the executive area. And then Jean and Michelle would be in the boardroom setting up or helping in any way that they needed. Next slide.
Leslie, can I ask a quick question about exec before you go on?
Of course.
Is there a way for us to continue to have exec the way we have it, so we don't have to, is the idea that like school personnel and students, I'm trying to make sure that they have easier access. And so before we used to make people come to executive session, what would be the plan in this case?
I believe, and I'd ask Mary if she could chime in, that we could run them as you do today. That's not a problem, if that's your preferred method.
I'm just trying to make it easier for like parents, students, administration, when our board meetings start at, let's say executive session started today at 2:30. That was rare, but 4:30 is pretty average. Some of our high school administration might still be on campus. And so if we could still be in the same space, but if we can run executive session with our Chromebooks and just like headphones, so we can let other people come in and out easier. I don't know if any other board member would be opposed to that, but I'm just trying to make sure it's easier for our families to participate in some of those items. Okay, thank you. You could go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, absolutely. So reminders on the regular general governing board meeting. So all of and we'll show you a map in just 1 second. The governing board members would be sitting at the dais. Dr. Trujillo, Mr. Ross, and Jean and Michelle would be at various tables on the floor, or Jean will be at the table on the side with his computer. Ms. Pena will be in the library. And the presenters that we have would be in the ocean room or in the cactus room. And anyone who is physically in the multipurpose room would speak at the standing microphones that we will have to the side. They won't be at a computer mic, which we had suggested at one point in time. And then the call to the audience will also be using the same standing mics in the MPR, so they will when they hear their name, they'll walk into the MPR and be able to provide their input. And then we would have limited guest seating at this point in the multipurpose room. We'd still suggest 30 people in the MPR and 25 outside for anyone who is in the call to the audience, and there may not be room in the actual MPR room. Next slide. So this is the layout. So you see the boardroom with the red dots are the board members at the dais and Jean, and then Dr. Trujillo, Mr. Ross, and Michelle on the floor. The podium is it's actually a little closer to the doors in the center of the room. It's for easy access for either those who are in the room or those who might be stepping in from outside. And then the guest seating will be in the back of the room. And then those stars that you see are outside on the sidewalk, so we'll provide the 25 extra chairs there for any call to the audience members to sit. And then the presenters are in either the ocean or the cactus room waiting, and they have a live feed of the boardroom, so they know when they're coming up, because we are not streaming live stream to them. We're actually streaming a live feed, so they don't have a delay, so they'd be ready in the boardroom when their time came. Next slide. And so here's some additional items about how call to the audience would work. We would request that if someone wanted to speak in person or that they have comments, that they have their information and their request in by noon the day of the board meeting, and only those that have a confirmed response from the governing board office that they will be attending in person are to come to Duffy to speak. Anyone else will be read by one of the governing board staff. Their comment will be read that way. All participants, because it is an indoor event, would be wearing a mask and follow any of our COVID safety protocols. We will provide an audio to the outdoor area where we have people seated so they can hear everything that is going on in the governing board area during the meeting, but we will not have a video available to them. The in-person speakers will, when coming to Duffy, will be given priority upon entrance, so we'll have a list of those people that we know are called to the audience and plan to have been confirmed to be there. And we ask that they arrive between 5 and 5:30 so that they can get a seat, whether there's still room inside the NPR or at one of the chairs on the outside on the sidewalk. All the chairs will be set up with 6 feet apart, regular distancing at this point in time. School safety will be helping us manage the people who are the call to the audience members who are waiting to speak, as far as making sure people know when it's their turn, and if they have a question of if their name has been called, they'll be able to help them with that. We'd ask that the speaker walk up to one of the two mics and speak directly into it. We were not planning to have a podium, so if they had something to hold, they would just hold it in their hand. And then, as we've always done, we'll have a 3-minute timer that the governing board staff will let them know when to speak and when their time is up. And when the speaker is done, they can either return to their seat or they can leave the meeting if they're done for the evening. And next slide, I think that's it, yes. And so as we discussed today, we have developed a way for anyone, whether it be a board member or a presenter, can join via Zoom, but they will not, when they're on their Zoom, whereas today I can see the governing board members on the side, I wouldn't be able to see the room. I could only see any other participants who are in the Zoom meeting portion with me. So, but everybody can hear each other, and anyone in the room will be able to see the presenter up on the screen, because that will be projected through what Jean is showing on the presentation.
Okay, I do have a question, Dr. Trujillo. This is not the kind of mitigation that's going to be available on our campuses, right? So when we are doing, when we're telling, our schools that they can lift the capacity from 50% to 100, we're not going to go through all of this. So I appreciate all of the work that went into it. And I do think that we should have a little more spacing, but part of opening up our meetings to the public is to allow the public in. And I think the compromise that I've liked with Zoom is that as many people that want to can join. But when you're in public and you come all the way down here, I do want to make sure that, if you're coming down to a board meeting to speak, that you get to speak. And I think that, I like the idea of being able to still call in and have your voice heard. And I understand that this is sort of like an in-between from having a full-on meeting. But if we're saying that it's safe enough on our campuses to go mask optional in big crowds, I'm just sort of, and I understand, I would prefer people wear masks, but especially if we're going to lift the capacity. If we're not going to lift the capacity, then we may want to discuss some of these other mitigation efforts. Dr. Ravi, did you have your hand up? And then Ms. Luna Rose.
I was going to agree, Ms. Grijalva. I think if we're lifting the capacity in our schools, we should lift the capacity here. And if we're going to be going to kind of an assembly style full capacity here, require masks while we're here in Duffy. As long as we're in the yellow zone, and if we're in the low zone, that might change again.
Right, and I think that, yeah, Ms. Luna Rose?
Yeah, I just wanted to echo, I agree with you, Dr. Ravi, but I also want to make sure, and thank you for bringing it up, Ms. Grijalva, having, I really would hate the district to step back and go back into BC before COVID, where people now, so many people have told me they appreciate us being on Zoom, because they can be anywhere and they can even run it on their phones, or they're having dinner instead of packing up the kids or finding a babysitter because they want to come and talk to the board in person, and or maybe they just want to listen to something like this big vote we just did on masks, but don't want to come all the way down to Duffy. So I'd really hate for us to, we want to be forward thinkers. I hate for us to jump back, and I think all of us, whether we have a love-hate with Zoom or not, it's been a very useful tool to connect to our families and the community.
Thank you. Any other comments? Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. So even if we're full capacity, Ms. Lenhart, how many would that be in the boardroom? And it seems that wouldn't really allocate us to make masks recommended at the call to the audience, or in general at the boardroom for the public.
Sure. I don't know the exact numbers that we had, and because we're moving the presenters instead of sitting at the back of the room to another room, but my guess is there could be, I wouldn't even guess, 75 to 100 people. I think you could get that many chairs, depending on what kind of distancing you all requested.
Okay. Well, since we voted to have masks recommended, I think they should also be recommended at our board meetings, whether it's capacity or no capacity. We don't want to live in fear, after all. And also about the call to the audience, I hope that we can have call-in optional, so that some people who might not have internet access or a computer and maybe aren't able to come in person are able to call in through like a Zoom number, similar to what the city council meetings do.
Yes, since we have figured out how to run Zoom in tandem with the live stream and make everything feed together, on Zoom there is either the video or the call-in option. We would just need to test it because we haven't done that specifically, but I believe it's certainly possible.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? So I do think that if we're going to increase the capacity, if we're lining up with what we're asking our school campuses to do, that masks would be required. But then we could increase the number of people in the boardroom. And I do like the idea of continuing to some of the things that we've done because we were isolated, like the streaming, the call-in option, the email option for call to the audience. All of that I think has really helped our community get more engaged and feel like they have more of a voice at our board meetings. And so I'd like to see that continue. And then I do think that the number of people in the boardroom is going to change considering the layout and the way that it's laid out there. But, you know, as we change and hopefully continue to go from moderate to low, then I do think that we can continue to update these mitigation efforts. Dr. Trujillo, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, so to use the terminology of some of our students, if we're going to go old school, fill up the NPR, I do agree with everybody here that, hey, you know, we just passed a recommendation that if we're going to go to capacity, let's have the masks. And then my understanding is the traditional setup necessitates all of us sitting up at the dais. So there would be no floor arrangement where Mr. Ross and I and staff sat down here. So I just want to be very clear that that's, okay, I see Mary nodding. Yeah, that's the same understanding that we all have. It'll be a very traditional, which will be easier for the staff in terms of being able to set up, and that our presenters would have the option to exercise that Zoom presentation option with the understanding that they're not going to be able to see us on their Zoom screen, but they would be able to see their presentation. We would see theirs. We could interact, obviously, through speaking with each other. And then lastly, my understanding is the call-in option, in the past, when we've had board members try to exercise that option to meet quorum requirements, we ran into a lot of interference with the in-house sound system where the calls kept getting dropped, it was muffled. I do agree with board member Shaw, that would be a great feature in terms of allowing a greater access to our board meetings with individuals with limited mobility or technology. And perhaps the new equipment that we've ordered might address that issue. But Mary, my understanding is that issue still exists, right? That we have that problem with the phone line.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. I just want to mention that we have tested the telephony right now, Dr. Trujillo, and it's working fine. So I would attribute most problems that we had in the past to other people's transmission problems.
Okay.
They were on islands, or they were, you know, in a place where they didn't have good service of some kind. But we can continue to test that. The only other thing I want to mention that you mentioned is by stacking all the microphones up here with a Zoom connection, we'll have to see how that goes. Once you all are in here and you have your personal devices along with the room devices, we have to make sure to keep that Zoom audio connection as clear as possible. So what I'm saying is it's possible that we might still have a little bit of activity down on the floor just to have it be not confusing or competing with the Zoom audio. So that's just it's a matter of this facility being an older facility and some of the equipment that we're using now is end of life, and it will be replaced.
Yeah, and Dr. Trujillo, I don't know if Mr. Ross needs to be on the dais, but before when we had the camera set up, it only showed the dais. So if you're not there on the dais.
Right, so we can adjust the camera. We figured out a way to do that so we can still see everyone on the floor as well as those on the dais.
Yeah, that was the issue pre-COVID with trying to do some compromise, is when we were too close together, the feedback from all of our devices went a little haywire. And so we may still need to, spread out the chairs a little bit in order to give you all some room to be able to be in the room on the floor. Because, it just might not work as well. I know that I've watched other meetings where they were trying to do that, and they had that same sort of feedback issue that we had if we're all together and everyone kind of listening. Any other questions or comments, board members? I think so. We are, the item on the floor is to come back in person on March 22nd with some mitigation, just the same sort of chart that we just approved for the rest of our campuses would apply to our boardroom. Is that your understanding, Dr. Trujillo?
That is the understanding.
I see nodding.
Yep,
So,
we would be at full capacity, so masks would be required. And that's the mitigation.
yeah. Okay. So can I get, Ms. Shaw?
Thank you. As per the chart that we saw, I wonder if capacity in this boardroom is really the same as the capacity of an assembly. I don't want us to say, oh, we're going to be at capacity just so we could skirt having the public come inside our boardrooms without masks on.
Dr. Rabi?
Ms. Grijalva, I'll make the motion if we're at that stage.
Can someone answer my question about what a full capacity is in assembly as per what the capacity is in this room?
Yes, we are subject to fire code requirements for the capacity of every single physical space that we operate in the district. We can make that a matter of public information. Then we have to subtract square footage necessary for things like the dais, for tables, for desks, for chairs, to be able to come up with a true square footage amount and attach an actual physical number of people to it. So every space in the district, whether it's an auditorium, a lobby, a classroom, this building, a gymnasium, has been assigned a max capacity. So we inevitably we would get to a max capacity here where masks would be required in line with what we've just passed here.
Okay, did that answer your question, Ms. Shaw?
Not quite, because factoring in the layout of the floor, the tables at the front, the call to the audience mic, which is a good amount of ways away from the dais, and then the chairs behind that, I don't think that would reach capacity still, but what do I know?
Okay. Dr. Rabi?
So what we adopted and what we're adopting here tonight is not a capacity issue. We adopted language that says indoor large group events. We included assemblies, performances, graduation, school-wide PD, et cetera. So capacity wasn't part of that. And if we have a large group event here, like a governing board meeting, we should follow that piece of what we had adopted a few minutes ago. So again, the motion is on the table.
Okay, so are you moving the item, Dr. Rabi?
Yes.
I'll second. Any additional discussion? Can I ask for a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Katz?
Yes.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Yes.
Dr. Ravi?
Yes.
Ms. Shaw?
Yes.
Ms. Grijalva?
Yes, thank you. Item passes unanimously. Okay, do we want to take a couple-minute break? No? I don't see a lot of people nodding, so we'll just keep going. We are on consent agenda. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, President Grijalva, members of the governing board, I would like to recommend passage, your consideration of approval of the consent agenda As arranged, items 5.2 through 5.10.
Okay, I'll go ahead and move the item.
I'll second.
Ms. Grijalva?
Yes, Ms. Shaw.
I'd like to pull item 5.7.
Okay, so Ms. Luna Rose, will you adjust your second to exclude 5.7?
Yes.
Okay, so the item is approving the consent agenda as submitted except for 5.7. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Now we're on 5.7, approval of expenditures in excess of $250,000 for Apple education purchases for the early literacy grant using cooperative contract. Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. I have a few questions about this item. And I'm not sure if my colleagues have seen the presentation that was attached to this item, but the money is from a grant that we received, correct?
Yeah, we have our team here. We're ready to go. We had this presentation on standby in the event of a pull, so we're ready to address all the questions. Ms. Aranda?
Oh, Ms. Shaw, did you want to ask your question?
Yeah, I had the question was basically about the funding. It's fully from the grant. And also, I just wonder because looking at the other attachment, we're going to spend about $1.9 million on this item, and that will be to purchase 474 iPads for, I guess, to promote literacy in our at-risk schools, of which there are 29 that are listed. And this is, roughly only going to purchase 16 iPads per school. And so I wonder if that money would be better spent to purchase physical books, to purchase workbooks for these students, and also to fund the libraries of these schools. I would like to know if you have any data that supports that iPads and the subscriptions that are will be used with those iPads actually have a track record of advancing literacy.
Thank you. Ms. Aranda, did someone want to answer the budget question first and then go into the data question?
Yes, so you're correct. This is a grant from the Arizona Department of Education. We've actually had this grant for many years, and we have done things like that you've described. Board Member Shaw, we have purchased professional development, we have purchased literacy instructional materials in the past, and at one time we had purchased tablets for our K-3 classrooms, and really the purpose of those is so that the teacher can work with small groups and have literacy centers, and so those are kind of aging out now. And so this would allow these sites to have updated technology for those literacy stations. As you know, iPads tend to be very easy for young children to work with, and a lot of our literacy interventions now are through programs such as Waterford or Raz Plus, and those are all electronic. And usually what happens is the teacher is working with a small group of students while another small group is on some of those intervention programs. Another group might be, doing a literacy activity together. So this purchase helps them make those small groups. So you mentioned the number per school, and that is because it's not like a one-to-one for every child. It is to have a literacy station that is made up of those devices.
President Grijalva?
Dr. Robbie.
I think there might be a confusion on the numbers. It's 474 quantity, but they're 10 packs. We're actually purchasing 5,000 iPads almost, not 474 iPads.
Right.
Right, so we're purchasing 5,000, almost 5,000 with this funding.
And those vary depending on the allocated amount from the grant per school.
Okay.
And do you
Any
have,
other-
do you have any data that supports that Waterford and all those other applications actually have helped students become literate? Because those subscriptions were available during the pandemic, and I'm not sure if they really helped much.
Absolutely.
Ms. Aranda wanted to speak on that, and then Dr. Trujillo, did you want to add something before?
Yeah, I'll just say that that's an entire study session, and we've got that booked for March 22nd, when our CNI team is going to be back to give an overview of the state of academic achievement and learning in the district. I think to engage in that discussion on a singular item pulled off of consent, my staff wasn't prepared for such a comprehensive request. We are prepared for March 22nd. That's what we're preparing. We certainly can add the usage of digital resources, which we have a very, very healthy set of data to support programs like IXL, like Waterford, like Imagine Learning, that have made a real difference in both numeracy and literacy across the district. We certainly will be ready for that on March 22nd. And also the rich data that we know that we have access to that validates the district's, I think, almost decade-long implementation of balanced literacy approaches to teaching literacy, which do incorporate the usage of technology inside the classroom when students are working individually or they're working in small groups. And I'll ask us to be ready for that as well on March 22nd, so that we give the request a very, very detailed response.
I will just add that each of these programs are approved by the Arizona Department of Education and have already demonstrated to the federal government that they have high levels of ESSA evidence to support their implementation.
Okay. I'll go ahead and move the item. Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Rose. Any additional discussion? Ms. Shaw.
Thank you, Ms. Aranda, for the information, and I do look forward to the presentation at our next board meeting. If you could also include information about how we fund our libraries as well. Thank you.
Oh. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you. Now we're on 6.1, Administrative Appointment, Reassignments, and Transfer. The principal of Sabino High School, Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, President Grijalva, board members, we are proud tonight to recommend a Sabino High School alumni who's been serving in the district for many, many years. He is currently the assistant principal at Palo Verde High School, but he was also at Sabino as a student, and he's been serving the district for quite some time in a variety of roles. He was extremely impressive in his community forum, where he answered some tough questions from the Sabino community and the staff. And he is going to be our selection to recommend to you as the next principal of Sabino High School. Now, I do want to bring to your attention a request for an appointment date that coincides with the confirmation that we've received of the sitting Sabino principal's resignation that will be effective this coming Friday, March 18th. We would like the governing board to consider a recommendation to appoint our this evening's candidate, Mr. Kevin Amadon, to the position of interim principal effective March 21st at Sabino High School, all the way through the end of this year, June 30th. And then part of the motion will be that converts to the permanent principal of Sabino High School effective July 1. We are working with Palo Verde High School for a series of candidates to serve as interim assistant principal to make sure that there's continuity of services at both Sabino High School and Palo Verde. We feel also that this March 21st start date for Mr. Amadan will give him an opportunity to hit the ground running, to engage in the listening tour that he needs, to be able to meet staff members and community members and parents, and to start developing long-term plans for continued excellence at Sabino. So that will be our recommendation for Mr. Amadan, that the board entertain an appointment effective March 21st as interim principal through June 30th, and that appointment includes designation as permanent principal at Sabino High School effective July 1 moving forward.
I'll go ahead and move the item.
I'll second.
Thank you. Dr. Trujillo, I would suggest if this item passes that he doesn't put the title of interim anywhere, because there's no point. It's a couple of weeks, but when you said hit the ground running, that is absolutely what this is. I think it's pretty, thank you to Mr. Amadan for, jumping in mid-year, but this is a lot of stuff happening. So I'm really glad he has the high school experience he does. But I hope that we're going to be able to provide the support to Palo Verde, because there's a lot of stuff happening on high school campuses in the last few months.
I'll just check in here with Rob really quick. Is there anything contractually that would prevent the board from just making this a clean assignment as principal with effective date on March 21st?
I would probably want to have a contract for the rest of the year.
Okay.
And I can do that.
Okay.
Based on the board's direction.
Okay.
I just think it's a little silly to do interim for a couple weeks and then, okay, now he's principal. So if that's okay legally, then I'll just go ahead and move the appointment effective March 21st of Kevin Amadan as principal of Sabino High School. Is that okay with you, Ms. Luna Rose?
Yeah, that's still second.
Okay. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And I see Mr. Amadan is here. Well, congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much. So I just
How
wanted
exciting for you to be an alma mater. Like, that's your alma mater and to go back. That's pretty amazing.
It's very exciting. I look forward to it a lot. So thank you to the governing board. Thank you, Dr. Trujillo and district leadership for providing me this opportunity. I really look forward to going back to my alma mater and leading and serving that community. But also want to thank Palo Verde community. That's the place I've called home for the last 7 years. So thank you, Titans. I know you're going to continue to be 212, and I look forward to the things that you do there. And to the Sabino community, I look forward to our journey together, and I know we're going to accomplish a lot of great things together. So thank you all for this opportunity.
Thank you. Good luck. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. That's exciting. Dr. Trujillo, item 6.2.
Yes, President Grijalva, members of the governing board, we will be pulling item 6.2 this evening with the hopes of being back on March 22nd.
Thank you. So now we're on 6.3, interim assistant principal, Grijalva Elementary School. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, due to the extensive needs of Grijalva Elementary, we would like to assign the school an assistant principal. The school used to have an assistant principal. She's the current principal. The last administrator that served as the assistant principal is actually Megan, who serves proudly as the principal of that community. In working with Megan, we understand that there are extensive needs at the school. The school is one of our largest K-5 communities in the district and has a very, very needs-intensive student body. So tonight, we want to recommend the assignment as interim assistant principal to Grijalva, the assignment of Ivan Torres, who has a lot of experience as assistant principal, most recently at Mansfield, prior to her assignment at Roscrouch. And we'd like to make that recommendation this evening for Mrs. Torres.
Board members? I'll go ahead and move.
I'll move the item. Oh.
Okay. So Dr. Ravi moves the item. Ms. Luna Rose seconds?
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Is Ms. Torres available? Oh, there she is. Hello, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Good, felicidades.
Gracias. I'm excited. 29 years ago, I was at Grijalva when I first started, so I've gone full circle and back over there again, so I'm excited for this. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're on 6.4, proclamation of March 2022 as Procurement Month in TUSD. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes. So, President Grijalva, board members, I'd like to welcome our Director for Purchasing, Deanna Kierfoot. And you'll find very few people as excited about the topic of procurement as Diana. With one exception, her predecessor, Kevin. Kevin Start used to also get fired up about Procurement Month, but our Purchasing Director is here so that we can observe a very, very important part of district compliance efforts, district transparency efforts, and that's our commitment to the procurement process and our work with hundreds of vendors in all areas. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Kierfoot, if you would like to do the honors.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Trujillo. President Grijalva, Board Clerk Luna Rose, board members, Superintendent Dr. Trujillo, Council Ross, TUSD staff, students, and community. It is my honor and privilege to bring forward this request to the governing board tonight to ask for you to proclaim March 2022 as Procurement Month in TUSD, along with designating tomorrow, Wednesday, March 9th, as Procurement Buyers Day. Myself and my staff in procurement work diligently every day to provide the best service to our customers, the students and staff of this district, by working closely with our vendors and suppliers to obtain the best quality and competitively priced products and services while maintaining compliance with all governing board policies and state and federal procurement rules. I'd like to mention take a moment to mention my staff who procure the products and services for the district every day as we're supporting our future's best resource, our students. We have 3 procurement agents. They're actually considered more contract agents. We have Teresa Chapman, Kevin Oster, and Jacqueline Posey. We have 3 procurement specialists who basically process all the orders that go through and work directly with the departments to make sure that what they're needing is what we're getting ordered and getting it delivered out to the sites. I'd like to congratulate Darlene Gooden, Julie Reeby, and Carla Rodriguez Acebas. And I don't want to forget to mention the tremendous support that we received from our finance department, headed by Renee Weatherless, our executive director of finance. Along with their staff, we're able to keep procuring the goods and services needed to continue doing the great educational work that we're all so proud to be a part of. So if you'd like, I can read the proclamation, or if someone from the board would like to read the proclamation, just let me know.
However, we would love for you to read it.
Sure, I will read it. Okay. Whereas the public procurement profession plays a significant role in the efficiency and effectiveness of both government and business, and whereas in addition to the purchase of goods and services, procurement adds value to the organization by performing such functions as executing, implementing, and administering contracts, developing strategic procurement strategies, and cultivating working relationships with suppliers and other departments within the organization. And whereas public procurement professionals that are employees of the Tucson Unified School District and in other public and private organizations have tremendous influence on the economic conditions in the United States, with a cumulative purchasing power running into the billions of dollars. And whereas the purchasing department in the Tucson Unified School District is committed to providing high caliber strategic, logistical, and operational support of all departments within the Tucson Unified School District. And whereas the purchasing department as a division of the financial area is committed to increasing efficiencies and cost savings within the district, the financial area promotes a P-card program which significantly decreases payment processing costs, allowing for timely payments to vendors, and rebates received through the P-card program are used to support various district initiatives. And whereas the purchasing department of the Tucson Unified School District recognizes, supports, and practices public procurement values and guiding principles of accountability, ethics, impartiality, professionalism, service, and transparency established by NIGP, the Institute for Public Procurement, as fundamental tenets of the public procurement profession. And whereas NIGP has proclaimed the month of March as Procurement Month to further expand the awareness of the purchasing professional's role to government officials, the general public, business, and corporate leaders. Now, therefore, I am asking the governing board of the Tucson Unified School District to hereby proclaim March as Procurement Month and March 9th as Professional Buyers Day. We urge all staff to join with the governing board of the Tucson Unified School District in recognizing the role of our purchasing and materials management profession within business, industry, and government.
Thank you, Ms. Curfew. I will move the item.
Wonderful.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Luna Rose. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you for all of your hard work and all of the work that you do in procurement and to your entire team.
Terrific. Thank you very much. I will share with them tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thanks, you too.
Thanks.
So we have covered 7.1. Now we're on 7.2, administrative proposal for hourly wage compression, internal minimum wage adjustment, and employee retention stipend for COVID-19 pandemic era service, fiscal years 2022, 23, 24.
President Grijalva?
Yes,
Before we
Dr.
get
Roth.
into that, I would like to just ask us that we move 7.3, 7.6 to the next meeting so that we know where we are in the schedule for tonight.
7.3 through 7.6?
Right, those are all first readings of new board policies that aren't necessarily need to be discussed tonight.
Yeah, Dr. Trujillo, is there any objection with that? Any concern?
We would be supportive of that, lighten the agenda up a little bit, absolutely.
Thank you. All right. So I don't think we need to, unless there's an objection from board members, we'll just go ahead and we're going to bring that back at the next meeting. Are you saying that because it's 9:20 and we have a huge item ahead of us? Okay, Dr. Trujillo?
Yes, item 7.2, I want to turn it over to our team. We're going to have 3 of our leadership team members here on this one because we have 3 financial ask-fors and recommendations, and we're looking for 1 vote as a package. So here to kind of take us through our recommendations for employee retention stipends, our package to deal with hourly wage compression, and of course, proposal to move the district's internally established minimum wage from $13 an hour to $13.50 is our team. Executive Director for Finance, Renee Weatherless, Executive Director for Human Resources, Renee Hoyser, and of course our Director for Employee Relations, Ms. Maricela Mesa. Team, take it away.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo, President Grijalva, Board Clerk Luna Rose. Thank you for having us today. Bringing forth today the 2022-2023 retention stipend proposal. Around this time last year, we came forward and discussed the fact that we may use ESSER dollars to address recruitment and retention challenges in light of the pandemic. We know right now we have a number of employees that are deciding whether they want to return to TUSD next year. And we have a couple proposals to bring forward today in an effort to retain these employees. We're first going to discuss the retention stipends. I do want to preface this with the fact that this is separate and apart from our regular compensation discussions that we traditionally negotiate with our employee groups. The retention stipends are board initiated and separate. So with that, what we are presenting today is a package of up to $7,500 over the course of 3 semesters. How this will work for most of our employees is if you work next semester in the fall, you'll receive $2,500 December 2nd before the winter break. Then for the spring semester, if you work that semester, you'll receive an additional $2,500 that summer of 2023. And then going into fall of 23, Same thing, you work that semester before the winter break, another $2,500. This will be for all employees who are 0.5 to full-time employee to receive the full amount. We also, for employees that work less than half time, you would receive half the amount. So $1,250 each go around would be available. So that's how it would work. It would apply to long-term substitutes, leased employees, and supplemental position employees. Next, and the one thing I do want to stress on this slide here is we had a number of questions last time we did stipends, maybe substitute teachers who worked a greater number of days, or supplemental employees who worked more than 45 days in a semester. And so what we wanted to do is focus more on the days worked rather than on the actual position there. So what we're doing is, if a substitute teacher or a supplemental employee works more than 45 days in the semester, they will be eligible for the full amount of $2,500. We also have a range for employees who work 25 to 44 days to receive the half the amount. So we wanted to encourage our substitute teachers and our supplemental employees to pick up those jobs and to know that they are valued when we are setting forth the retention stipends. Next slide, please. This is just a little bit more detail and breakdown of the criteria, so the board is aware, and the timelines for payment. So if we have an employee next year who is on paid status as of November 1, 2022, they would receive the payment in December 2022. So while last year we gave retention stipends for employees who were returning, these stipends will apply to new employees as well. So they will be, but we're showing them we want to retain them. So any employee who is with us November 1st, 2022 will receive the $2,500 that December. And a little bit more breakdown as to how it would work for subs and supplementals, as you can see there. And also, if we have employees, supplemental or substitute employees who don't reach, for example, at the first scenario, the November 1st deadline, if they reach the 45 days after the fact, we just added a caveat that we can pay the full amount at a later date. We don't want everyone trying to stack all the days at the beginning, and then we have not as many people taking jobs come the end of November and December. So that's the reasoning behind that. So if there are any questions related to the retention stipends, I'm available. And if not, I will, Renee Weiser will be speaking next.
Board members, any questions? And I did want to note that Ms. Counts let me know that at 9:15 she could not stay on for the meeting, so there's 4 of us. Okay.
And we'll still be open for questions. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mesa.
Thank you, Ms. Mesa. President Grijalva, members of the governing board, I want to chat with you just briefly this evening about compression. I know, without getting into great detail, we all know that the years that we have increased our minimum wage year after year has created a compression situation on our salary schedules. So tonight I kind of want to look at the effects of that and go into a little bit of some examples of how compression, the relief of compression, is going to impact some of our job titles. So Jean, next slide, please. The formula that we use to calculate compression at TUSD is 1% for every year of service at TUSD. So we look at your seniority date, and if you've been here 7 years, that equates to 7% over the base rate of your job title. Next slide, please, Jean. We gather that base rate. This is an example of some of our job titles in the district and that entry level rate. So that rate you see there in the first column, so for example, an administrative secretary, the base entry level rate is $14.20. So as we're calculating compression, that is the rate that we would use to begin with in the formula. Next slide, please, Jean. The reason I point out the formula and the base rate is because this is how it looks when we put it into action. And these are actual employee numbers that we have pulled out of our system. This slide looks at a cafeteria worker, which is an entry-level rate of $13 an hour. We pulled 4 employees that are in this job title. The first one there was 7 years of experience, currently is making $13 an hour. By relieving compression on that employee and granting them 7%, 1% for every year of their service, that adds 91 cents to their rate, bringing them to a new rate of $13.91. Correspondingly, if you look at the very last row, there's an employee that has 29 years of service. Note that the base rate in this job is $13, but after 29 years, this employee is at $14.80. That's an example of what compression has done. It has brought that $13 an hour floor up to within a couple dollars of an employee who's been here 29 years. When we take that 29 years converted to a percentage, that equates to $3.77. So after relieving compression, that same employee would be making $18.57 per hour. Next slide, please, Jean. We did the same thing with technology services. This is a field tech. The entry-level rate in this job is $17.42. If you'll notice, all of the examples we took are rated at $17.42. So every employee that I have on this example, one with 4 years of experience and one with 27 years of experience, are all making $17.42. Another example of what compression has done. So this employee with 27 years is making exactly the same rate as our employee with 4 years of experience. When we apply the compression years, you can see that at 4 years, that brings that employee up to $18.11. Our employee with 27 years with the district would see a 27% increase, or $4.70 an hour, bringing them to $22.12. So now we have a relational spread between that employee who worked there for 4 years and the one who worked for 27. Next slide, please, Jean. Our program specialist comes in at an entry-level rate of $19.44. I've done the same thing, pulled 4 employees out of the system and provided those examples here. You'll see that their current rates do show a little bit of spread, but not significant. Our employee coming in with 1 year of experience would see only the 19 cents, bringing them to $19.76, while our employee there with 11 years of experience would see $2.13 increase, bringing them to $23.60. Next slide, please, Jean. Our educational interpreter entry-level position for this job is $20.37. We picked 4 examples. We've got an employee here with 6 years of experience who's at $21.20, just over the base rate of $20.37. Adding 6% to that employee will increase them to $22.42. And then, as you see, that last employee with 26 years of experience would come up to $28.47. So really what we want to do here is honor those employees who've been with us for a very long time and who are making the same amount of money as many of the employees that are coming in below them. Many of these people supervising employees who are making the same, or in some cases even more. Next slide, please, Jean. I am happy to answer any questions on our compression release situation and or release of the situation.
Board members, questions? I do appreciate the effort. I know that I've spoken to a lot of employees who have dedicated their entire career to TUSD and have some pretty significant concerns about, where they are. So I do think that this is going to help significantly. I really want to see, Dr. Trujillo, a rollout of how to communicate this in a really easy way to follow along, because I do think that some of it, the nuances can get lost, like the details of it. And I think it's really exciting. It's good news for our employees, and I want to make sure that everyone gets a really clear message about it. All right. Do we have more presentation?
We do. With that, I will kick it over to Renee Weatherless to finish us out. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, President Grijalva, members of the governing board, Dr. Trio, Council Ross, and staff. So I'm going to present the actual dollar cost to some of these items. If we go ahead and advance to the next slide. So starting with compression, and the third item of the night, which is to raise the minimum floor from $13 to $13.50. I will point out that the information from the Tucson Minimum Wage Act is at the bottom, where that $13 minimum is going into effect April of this year. January of next year, 2023, it will go up to $13.50 to $14.25 thereafter, and ultimately $15. What I have provided for you is a couple different cost estimates. And before we jump into those dollars, I just want to make everyone aware that the cost of the first line for $13.50 is to go from our current situation today to $13.50, and then it's going from today to each of those scenarios. So if you look in the far right-hand side, those are incremental costs. So if we were to go to $13.50, then to $14.25, it'd only be an additional $2 million and an additional $1.1. So what you're looking at is the first scenario of a $13.50 minimum. Compression exists today, and that's what Ms. Weiser just mentioned. And so there is no action needing to be taken. If we implement the methodology of 1% for every year of service, that would amount to about $4.2 million across the district for everyone that's affected. To then turn around and implement a raising of the minimum starting rate, well, if you just raise the bottom, you're going to start compressing everybody. So just to take everybody below $13.50 to $13.50 would cost the district $700,000, but you're going to compress everybody again. So to release that additional compression is an incremental $800,000. So basically, for the price tag of $5.7 million, we could release all compression and raise the minimum floor from $13 to $13.50. The other price tags have been provided just as an informational item to see that eventually, when we do need to meet that minimum increase of $15 by that January 2025, what those price tags would cost. So if you advance to the next slide. So what we are asking for approval by the board tonight is three things. One is to address the compression, raise the minimum starting pay from $13 to $13.50, and to approve the retention stipends that were previously presented to you. Now, I will say that those ESSER stipends do cost a total of $63 million, which would be funded out of ESSER funding. The compression and minimum starting pay is not an ESSER-funded initiative. That's people's wages. So you know that primarily most of the jobs across the district are funded out of M&O. There are some positions in other funding sources, but the total cost of that is $5.7 million. So I will take any questions.
Board members, questions? I do like that you've sort of laid out what the plan is, and so that everyone knows that that is the direction that we're moving in. We'd all like to see us jump to 15 right away, but I also appreciate that, previous boards have done stuff like that where they raise them in the starting salary and cost compression, and that's what we're still trying to dig out of. Dr. Trujillo, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what Renee just stated, largely for those in the viewing public and our employees, the difference in terms of funding sources. So the ESSER-funded retention stipends that the board is deliberating right now, they really only have a life cycle through the end of the 23-24 school year. They are temporary dollars, which is why they're in the form of stipends. The predominant majority of the positions in this district that are going to be affected by the decompression efforts here, they come out of M&O. And though the compression package here touches every single classified employee, certainly with an hourly wage in the district, not all of those positions are in independent funding sources or alternative funding sources. The bulk majority of them are coming from the M&O budget, which means that it's going to be a recurring expense. So the $5.7 million commitment that Renee is proposing here, that is going to be something that we essentially will marry in a budgetary sense each and every single year as we work to maintain that salary increase. So I just wanted to make sure that distinction was very clear.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. You know, I would like to see us jump the timeline for raising the minimum wage and go ahead and start at 15 now and not wait till January 2025. People are struggling currently in the $13 an hour. $13.50 is not going to do much more for them. You know, with gas prices going up across the board, basically, rent doubling for some people. We can raise the minimum wage at this point. There's enough in the M&O budget to support this, and I don't think we should take our time with it when there is money available. This will help everyone, and some of these lower paid workers in our district really need the help now.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Dr. Ravi.
Thank you, President Grijalva. I'm really supportive of the recommendations as made by the administration. And just looking down, forgot that the tie I picked out this morning is my Papa Bear tie. And I think to, the amazing things we're doing here for our teachers and staff. And I think to December of 2023, when that third installment, if adopted tonight, of the retention stipends are paid out. My oldest will be in her 6th grade, or ending her first semester of 6th grade, and my twins will be entering their first semester of kindergarten in TUSD in December of 2023. We've talked a lot over the last year that I've been on the governing board on how to spend our ESSER money. We've talked about capital and purchases and infrastructure and IT and other things, but I think to what I, as a parent, as a Papa Bear, what I really need for my children is having their teachers and staff, the best and brightest, here in TUSD, teaching and helping them learn and grow. And for all the staff and teachers out there who have some insomnia and are up late with us tonight, or seeing this later, know that we're doing what we can to keep you here in our district with our children, with my children, with your children. This has been a really rough time these last 2 years, and we know the stress is palpable that everyone in our district is feeling. When we go to our schools, I've been to about, 8 schools in the last month with Love of Reading Week and talking to teachers and principals and other folks. We know how much stress and how much is going on. And we know there's other opportunities that you have to leave education, to leave our district, go to another field completely. But we need you here. We need you here with our kids. And when we talk about our ESSER money, and do we want to drop so much into retention stipends because of the effects of COVID and the stress? Yes, this is what we need to do. This is for you to know that we're supporting you, that we want you here. We want to make this as a positive experience. And of course, the salary is only one thing. We'll always be working on the professional development and work culture and so many other things that are important for our teaching staff and our support staff. But I think this $7,500 over 3 semesters is just an important start. What we can do to really help support our folks here. And then in addition to the other 2 things that we have on the table, the increase in minimum wage to $13.50, which is going to help a lot of folks and stay ahead of the city requirements that were passed last November, and addressing compression, which we hear all the time as being an issue, in our district, and making sure that people are paid fairly for the experience that they have. and are valued for the experience that they have, I think are really three important things that we can do. And I'm so glad to have the opportunity and the sources of funding that we have to be able to support this tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi. I'm really glad that we're moving in this direction. I think that if I could snap my fingers and make it all happen quicker, I would. But we also know, and I know, what it's like to overextend our budget and then have to, do some things that we really don't want to do. Make cuts, school closures, all kinds of other stuff. So what I would like to do is move forward with the package as presented and know that this is a really good first start, but it's not, there's going to be continued effort to try to do what we can to improve, working in TUSD and making it the best place to work and for our children, the best place to learn.
I'll second.
So I'll move it, and you seconded. Any additional discussion? Ms. Luna Rose, and then.
Yeah, I just wanted to get my 2 cents in on this. Yes, when it comes to the retention stipends, 3 semesters, $2,500, I think is it's a nice message to our TUSD community, to the community at large. We care about our teachers and our staff. Those are the 5 of us have children in the district, and they're the ones that are with our kids a good portion of their life for the first 12 years. And so I want to know that we have the best and the brightest and those who really want to be there and really want to be with the kids. We support you, and we hope that while, we always wish we could give more when it comes to the stipend, or with anything, that we're doing the best we can, and that when we hope that you'll see that it's a start and it's a change. And when it comes to the minimum wage, as much as I would love to start at 15 an hour, being a member of this community, not just as a student, but now as a parent, and seeing what happened with previous boards, I think starting small and incrementally in the timeline, I can support. I'm just afraid for next year, the aggregate expenditure limit was a really big issue, and it came down to 3 votes on the very last day of the state legislature if they actually were going to pass it or not. We could be having a completely different board meeting tonight because of that. And it's not going to go away. It's going to come again next year. And it shouldn't, because they should be following the state constitution, but I digress. So I support as presented.
Thank you. Ms. Shaw?
Thank you. I fully support the stipends. I support the compression, but when it comes to the minimum wage, raising it by 50 cents is just an insult. It would cost us $3 million more roughly to bring everyone up to at least 15. Okay, and we have the money in M&O. That will leave us at least $20 million in M&O. So the money's there. Okay, I invite all of you to try to feed your families on $13.50. You wouldn't be able to do it. Okay, and we want to treat our employees as if they're valuable, then we need to raise the minimum wage. We all endorsed it. And so let's just do what we said we were going to do. We cannot wait till 2025. Some employees won't wait until 2025. We have all these bigger businesses, Target, EG's, and so many other places that are going above and beyond 15. So what's going to keep our schools crossing guard in TUSD? Those are important positions. And they deserve a living wage. We can do it. Let's do it tonight. Let's raise the minimum wage to 15.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Ms. Weatherless, when you were doing the presentation on the budget, Ms. Shaw's mentioning an additional $3 million. That's just increasing the wage, but we're causing a compression. Is that right? I just want to make sure I understand the.
Jean, if you could go back one slide, please. On that slide that shows the incremental 3.1. So with raising of the minimum from, if you go to the third scenario of 13, there's the initial compression we talked about. There's the price to raise the minimum and cause compression of 2.6. But the final column of additional 2 million is to release that compression. So the total dollar value does release the compression associated with it.
So that's a 3.1 million. Yeah. But then it's something that is an ongoing every year. And I think that's part of the concern. And I don't think that, I think that if we can, we should accelerate this timeline. But I do think that this is going to help a lot of our employees, especially the additional percentage for the number of years that you've been in the district. And I still don't think that we're done discussing this issue. So I believe I moved the item, and Dr. Ravi seconded, if memory serves. Dr. Trujillo, did you want to add any additional information?
No, I think you captured it. I think it's like I said before this item, that these are recurring costs. So we are using one-time dollars, we're using carry forward monies, and we're putting it into wages. And for the public and those viewing, carryover money is money that is available on a one-time basis. It's not an ongoing revenue stream. But we are creating an ongoing financial commitment when we put money in salaries. And so that's why our recommendation is the $1,350. That is an amount that we can handle. That is an amount that we understand is going to be a recurring financial commitment for the district administration, and we want to support it. And more importantly, it keeps us still in front of the city's mandate by 50 cents. So we're proud to stand by the original recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Grijalva, I have more.
Yes, Ms. Luna Rose.
A question. So I heard you just say about moving up the timeline. What would that look like? What were you?
My suggestion was, if right now this is the way it's laid out, that if for whatever reason we have, when we're looking at the budget, we have some, additional carry forward, or we're not dealing next year with AEL. I do think that we can be more aggressive with the timeline. But that would be this board's decision to do that. I just, at this point, with all of the other factors that we have just brought forward with this package, and then next board meeting, we're also talking increases. I do think that it would be better for us to get a full picture of all of our expenditures before we add to the recommendation from administration. But I completely agree with Ms. Shaw. I'd like to see it move faster if we can.
I do as well.
Yeah.
Mr. Ross.
I'm sorry, who's that? Ms. Shaw?
Ms. Shaw.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Mr. Ross if there's a way that I can amend the motion that is on the floor to raise the minimum to 15 instead of 1350.
Go ahead.
Did you want me to answer that, or did you want to?
Either you could do a substitute motion.
Or a substitute motion or an amendment to the existing motion. They're all forms of amendment. So you make a motion to amend it, and that's voted on. And if the amendment passes, then you have a new motion to vote on. So that's the process. So before the board has voted, then this is the time to request amendments or to vote on amendments.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make an amendment to this motion to change the minimum wage raise from $13.50 to $15.
Okay. And Mr. Ross, in this scenario, does she need a second, or do I have to accept the amendment?
No, it's a new motion, so its amendment needs to be seconded and voted on. And then
Right.
you have to go back and vote on the new amended motion if it passes.
I think we're talking the same thing with a little bit different terminology. I was like, I don't know. Sounds fancy. Okay, so this is an amendment, and Ms. Shaw's moving this, and so we need a second.
I'll second for sake of discussion.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Luna Rose. And so what we're doing now is we're voting on the amendment. Is that correct, Mr. Ross?
Yes, you're voting to amend the original motion to have the minimum wage be 15 rather than 13.50.
Right. And so do we have, and you said you wanted a second for sake of discussion?
Yeah, just real quickly.
Go ahead.
This amendment, and I'm sorry, I'm kind of stuck on this timeline thing. Are we including, so is Ms. Shaw's amendment, excluding this timeline? So if we ended up voting this amendment down, we ask for an aggressive timeline in the next one, or are we waiting till the next meeting? I think this is where I'm getting a little more clarification.
I think, Dr. Trujillo.
Yeah, so really when we're talking about an aggressive timeline, we're talking about taking a look what the financial picture looks like in fiscal year 22-23. We're not talking about we're going to come back March 22nd and move us to $15 an hour, or we're going to come back in April. We, as we've discussed and as a couple of our board members have stated, we still don't know what's going to happen with the aggregate expenditure limit next year. We still don't know if we're going to be funded at a full 100% per student that elects for online learning in an alternative educational program. So we don't know if we're going to continue to get full funding in those areas. So those are key pieces of the puzzle that make $13.50 a lot more feasible for us in terms of a recurring expense than the full-on almost $9 million that it would take to enact a minimum wage right here, right now, tonight, without having that full picture.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Okay, so now we move to vote on the amendment.
Ms. Grijalva?
Yes, Ms. Shaw.
If I could say something before we
Oh,
vote.
of course, absolutely. Go ahead.
Thank you. You know, a lot of employees who make $13 an hour now don't know how they're going to survive for the rest of the school year. They don't know how they're going to get to school with the gas prices above $4 a gallon. Some don't know if they'll be able to pay rent, okay? And so all of those hypotheticals, we can't be scared by them and kick the can down the road for the employees who need it the most. This is not going to just help the lower wage workers. It's going to help everyone. And we'll figure it out what we're going to do with everything that's going to inundate us. But, you know, we have problems with retention, and this will help. This will help, okay? And it's going to show our employees that we value them, whether they're highly skilled workers in technology or they're the staff members that help our kids cross the street safely. We have to do it now. We must do it now. Please support me in this endeavor.
Well, it would be supporting the employees of our district. Ms. Dr. Ravi.
Thank you, President Grijalva. So I wasn't expecting this discussion tonight, and I think we need to really take a big, hard look at what we're doing with our budget with decisions we're making. You know, like all of us, as Ms. Shaw mentioned, we all endorse the Fight for 15 campaign. We all believe in a $15 minimum wage and even higher, and making sure that we're doing what we can in terms of the financial sustainability of our staff in our district. That's not the issue here. The issue is, you know, what can we afford and how can we afford it? How can we make sure that 2 years from now, we're not looking down the lens of massive budget cuts and school closures and layoffs if we overspend our money now. I think we're doing a lot for our staff. We're increasing the minimum wage. We're addressing compression for those who've been here for a long time. And the $7,500 in stipends and retention stipends are a lot of money. And if someone is a full-time employee of TUSD in the 22-23 school year, they'll get an additional $5,000. And if you divide by 2080, which is in hours per year, that's $2.50 raise that every single employee is getting on top of the minimum wage increase, on top of the compression issue we're addressing. And we're not living within our means. We're just not. We can't be dipping into our unused funds, our carry forward for recurring costs. And I know it looks like a lot of money on paper when we look at our budget, when we look at our finances, that we have $20 million of carry forward of unspent money from this year. But in terms of how much money how much income, we think of ourselves as a business, how much money is coming in, the revenue we're getting, and based on Title I funds and per student revenue that we're getting, from the state and all the other sources of funding that we have, we're spending more than we're getting in. And this doesn't include any of the ESSER money. That's this whole separate pool of money. But just our normal maintenance and operations budget, we are spending more than we are generating in revenue. And we will be already spending down, the current budget already spends down some of that carry forward. We can't continue to live outside of our means, or that's going to mean that we need to close schools and lay off staff and have massive cuts in a couple of years once the ESSER money runs out, once our carry forward runs out. And we'll be making even tougher decisions in 2 years when we're sitting here. So I cannot support us going, and that extra $3 million seems like a drop in the bucket to everything we're talking about tonight. But that's going to have just significant consequences to our budget long term, and I can't support that tonight.
Okay, thank you. I do think that it makes sense for us to get a full compensation package at our next meeting. I would like to, if we don't want to move forward on this minimum wage, I do think that there are the other issues that I would like to move on if this is the issue that is sort of holding up the conversation. And this wouldn't go, when would this go into effect? April 1. So we do have some time, is that correct? When are we suggesting we would move on this minimum wage, Dr. Trujillo?
We are going to set this up for the end of the year. So the next fiscal year, effective July 1.
July 1.
Yeah.
Okay, so if the issue is this minimum wage, maybe we can move on the stipends. Can you go back to the slide with the asks of the board, Dr. Trujillo? Or was there? Yeah. Okay, other than compression, what was the other?
Well, you have your employee retention stipends, and you have our request to address compression. If you back out any discussion of minimum wage movement, and you just back it out, and I do believe that the movement of the minimum wage was fully vetted by our budget advisory committee. So we had a lot of community input and discussion around this. Your appointed committee recommended even moving in the 1350 direction. But if you back that out, then you're just dealing with the pure cost of dealing with compression, and that one was $4.2 million. If you do nothing else this evening, you are just saying we're going to deal with compression. We're not tagging on any minimum wage, whether it's 1350, 14, or 15. That's your pure number tonight. It's just to deal with compression is 4.2. And then, of course, you have your number for employee retention stipends that Ms. Mesa spoke to.
Okay, so we do have an amended motion on the floor. Ms. Shaw moved the item and Ms. Luna Rose seconded. And so, Mr. Ross, would you recommend voting on that first and then moving back to the original motion? If this is the biggest issue, I would rather see a full compensation package brought forward, like, some of the numbers that Dr. Robbie was putting out there, so we can see them very clearly on what the impact would be to employees. Because I think that would make a difference. But if it's $15 or nothing, then I would like to move forward on the current recommendation and see how it can increase the timeline if possible. So so let's go ahead and vote on the amended motion.
Ms. Grijalva, so to be clear,
Yes.
this vote would be whether to amend the motion, and that will decide what your next vote will
Okay,
be.
so we're just moving to amend it or not, because the initial recommendation was I moved all of the administration recommendation and Dr. Robbie seconded. Yes, Dr.
As the board considers amending, also keep in mind that you have various budget revision periods throughout the year. You can add to the minimum wage at any point once your financial position becomes clear. You would be able to do it in November. We have a November revision that's due to ADE. That November time, you're clearing your 40th day. We're getting a clearer picture on aggregate expenditure limit. We're getting a clearer picture, most importantly, on enrollment and what our enrollment situation is going to be. So you're not locked in, okay? When we're talking about a timeline, you know, that you are the governing board. You approve expenditures, you approve allocations, you approve budget capacity. And we have windows during the fiscal year when we can revise the budget, and the first one is November. That is just something to consider. You're not, because next week is not necessarily going to solve it. March 22nd is not necessarily going to solve it. We can tell you that the cost for a step for everybody is $3 million. We can tell you, you know, hey, we're recommending 1 step, 2 step, whatever it is. You're still not going to have a clear picture on enrollment. You're not going to have a clear picture on developments at the legislature. But you have opportunities through the year to add to the recommendation. So I don't want any board member thinking that the window is absolutely closed and that we have to wait until 2025 or that we have to wait until a calendar year. We have these revision points throughout the fiscal year that we can add to this amount once we get a clearer picture of what our financial situation is going to look like.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Trujillo. And so I'll go ahead and ask for a roll call vote. And so this is to reconsider. So if you want to make any changes to the initial recommendation, which was as presented by administration that I moved and Dr. Robbie seconded, then you would vote yes. Otherwise, you would vote no. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay.
We're voting on the amendment right now, not the original motion. We're voting on the
We're voting to reconsider. And so basically that would mean any changes to the initial motion.
Well, we have a specific, it's not a reconsider, we have a specific amendment to change something from the original motion, and that's what we're voting on.
Right, but there's no specificity on what the change is. It's just to reconsider.
No, there was,
I believe I was specific in my amendment.
No. Well, I think you just said to reconsider, and that's what Ms. Luna Rose seconded for sake of discussion.
No, I said explicitly to change the minimum wage recommendation from $13.50 to $15.
Ms. Luna Rose, is that what you seconded? I just want to make sure because I thought it was just to reconsider the initial motion.
Well, I seconded so for sake of discussion because I wanted to talk about the timeline.
Ms. Grijalva?
Okay. Yes, Mr. Ross.
When I provided the Robert's Rules information before, I was on the same page as what Ms. Shaw said, was that this would be proposing an amendment to the original motion to adopt a $13.50 minimum wage and change that to the $15.
Okay.
Not a reconsideration because there hasn't been a vote to consider yet.
Right, that's why I'm like, okay. So we have a motion in a second. And your recommendation is all of the other, this would be to adopt all of the other recommendations, and instead of $13.50, it would be $15 an hour. Is that how you?
Yes.
And that's what you understood, Ms. Luna Rose?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what we're voting on. Okay, so if we vote yes, then all of the other, everything else that we voted on, except this recommendation would be $15 instead of $13.50. Okay, and if this passes, then that's what happens, and if it doesn't pass, then we go back to the original motion.
So we're not voting on the retention stipends or the compression right now. Only thing that we're voting on is a change from $13.50 to $15. That's the amendment that's on the table right now in terms of Robert's rules. And then if it passes, then we vote on the entire package, including the $15. If it doesn't pass, then we vote on the entire package, including $13.50.
I don't know if that's the way I understood it, but it's the terminology, I think, from substitute motion to.
So Ross is shaking his head.
Right.
Nodding, rather.
Yeah, substitute is just another word for amendment, so.
Right.
In Robert's rules.
So as we understood it, Ms. Shaw and Ms. Luna Rose seconded all of the recommendations except changing it from $13.50 to $15. Right. So if we vote in favor of this, then we're accepting all of the package except the only difference would be $15 instead of $13.50.
If I could jump in one more time, try it one more
Oh
time.
my gosh.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So the amendment would take the original motion, and the proposal is to take everything else except changing the minimum wage, and then it's like striking $13.50 and putting in $15, and then you'll have a new motion.
Right. I think that we're saying the same thing.
I hope so. Dr. Ravi and I hear differently.
Thank you. So, Mr. Ross, what would a yes vote be to this item?
A yes vote will take the original motion and change all the other stuff that was in the package, but changing $13.50 to $15. That will be your new motion to vote on in the next motion if it passes.
Understand. Okay. So can I ask for a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Counts.
Ms. Counts is not
she's
on the
gone.
meeting.
Sorry about that. Ms. Luna Rose.
No.
Dr. Ravi.
No.
Ms. Shaw.
Yes.
Ms. Grijalva.
No. Item fails. 3-1. So now, Mr. Ross, we are back on the initial motion, which is the entire package with the minimum starting pay of $13.50.
That is correct.
And now I move that item and Dr. Ravi seconded. Right? Okay, so I'll go ahead and ask for a roll call
Ms.
vote.
Grijalva?
Yes.
Thank you. I would like to make
sorry, Ms. Shaw.
an amendment to this motion to pull the recommendation for the minimum wage raising and have that come to a later meeting with more budget discussion.
Okay. So you would need a second for that because you're moving that. Is there a second?
Let me remind everyone that you were interested in seeing how this would impact our budget, so I think it would be nice if we can see if this $3 million would impact us in such a way or not.
Thank you. So the motion, I'm sorry, Dr. Ravi, you had your hand up?
Yes, I would like to pass this as is tonight. We can always change this in the future. We can always go higher on the wages. We can't go lower. It's not attainable, but we can always go higher.
Okay.
We'll see some budget impacts. And we'll see enrollment. You know, we have to make some tough decisions over the next months and years, and I think we should move forward as is.
Okay, so that motion dies for lack of a second. So we're moving on this initial motion, which is the package as recommended by staff. Okay, so I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Ms. Luna Rose.
Yes.
Dr. Ravi.
Yes.
Ms. Shaw.
I'm going to abstain.
Ms. Grijalva.
Yes, item passes 3-0 with Ms. Shaw abstaining. Okay, thank you. That was a lovely exercise in Robert's Rules that I haven't done in a little while. Okay, so Dr. Trujillo, we have addressed, let's see. Oh, now I believe we are on
What would be the?
8.1.
Yes.
Is that 8.1, district enrollment update?
The
For
final
school
item.
year. Okay, go ahead.
Correct. President Grijalva, board members, final item of the evening, and kind of apropos to the previous discussion, you're going to get a good look at enrollment and where we clocked in for the 100th day, which could be a precursor to where we could expect to be at this point in time next year. So with that, it's a pretty brief overview. We know it's late at night, but it is very, very informative. So I want to bring forward our Chief Technology and Operations Officer, Mr. Blaine Young, to lead us through this presentation. Mr. Young.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo, and good evening, Board President, members of the board, Councilor Ross, and staff. Myself and Christina Grabowski, our coordinator for School Community Services, and Leslie Lenhart will once again join this presentation to talk through the overall updates we have for the board regarding 100th day. So, Jean, next slide. So very quickly, we'll give you just an introduction overview. It's important to understand when we talk about 100th day enrollment, how that differs from just enrollment that we talk about at the 40th day. So we'll do just a quick overview of some definitions and concepts, and then we'll get into the data. We'll look at the data in both the context of 100th day as a count and then 100th day as average daily membership. And then very quickly, we'll give you an update on the Enrollment Ambassador Program, which we introduced this year. Christina will walk us through some updates regarding that program. We're very excited about the first year of having that program underway. And then finally, Leslie will close us out with giving some highlights of what's going on as we prepare for the year ahead. Each year as we bring this presentation, we not only talk about where we are in the current year, we talk about the activities that are already underway for enrollment for the upcoming year. So, Jean, with that, next slide. So, a couple things about enrollment. In our district, enrollment varies year to year, and we see that each year, but it also rises and falls over the course of each school year. That's normal behavior of the trend of our enrollment. And so you see that show up in our data. A couple of highlights about that. The enrollment tends to rise very rapidly between our first and 20th day and starts to level off around the 40th day. And once we achieve a peak enrollment, then it's maintained for a few weeks, and then before beginning to slowly decline over the balance of the year. And we see that trend year over year in our data. Just important to recognize, especially as we're talking about the finances of the district, that the district's state funding budget is based on the average number of students enrolled over the course of the first 100 days. Jean, next slide. So prior to the 100th day, comparing 2 years of enrollment on the 40th day is an effective method for determining if enrollment is increasing or decreasing from one year to the next. And you see we always do that when we look at last year compared to current year. And when you're just looking what the enrollment's doing within the year, that you have a comparison between 40th and 100th day within that same year, also provides some insights. And we do bring that out a little bit in the tables we look at tonight. Jean, next slide. So during this current year, there are some highlights that we'd like to share with you. We did see, as Dr. Trio brought out in the superintendent's report, a slight recovery in our enrollment when compared to last school year. The factors that contributed to that, and we've just provided some highlights again, but no doubt were schools once again opening for families that wanted and needed in-person instruction for their children. We also launched the Tucson Unified Virtual Academy program this year, and that was a notable factor in our enrollment. Recovery in kindergarten as a result of both in-person and remote options. Just to highlight that for our TUVA enrollment right now, we're instructional day 127. We have over 100 children participating in TUVA that are kindergartners. And then the final item is our enrollment ambassadors and engaging directly with new families to guide them through the district enrollment process and to help them navigate through the various services they need and how to tap into those services. Jean, next slide. So enrollment count, and that's what we're generally talking about before the 100th day. Jean, could you back up? The enrollment count is the number of students enrolled on a specific day. So that's a count of students regardless of their grade or their course load. Daily membership is where we start talking about ADM, is the measure of how much each student contributes to district funding. A student's contribution can vary depending on grade and course load. Obviously, that's more of a factor in secondary and our high school grades where students can carry a varying level of courses. And when we start talking in that concept of how a student contributes, we talk about that in terms of membership, in terms of full-time equivalency, and you'll see that in some examples we have. Jean, next slide. So first, let's look at the number of students enrolled on 100th day. Now, this is about enrollment count. We're not talking average daily membership yet. So one of the things that we note is that our kindergarten rebounded from last year. And so you see that in our data, comparing the very first column and looking across that table, you'll see that in 2021, we had 2,638 students on 100th day. But this year we have 3,075. So that is a net change, positive change of 437 students. But you see, as you look down that table, you see that there are other activities going on at other grade levels. First grade declined because last year's smaller kindergarten. When we look back at last year, we had the lowest cohort in kindergarten that we've had in a long time in this district. So if you look back and see that 2,638 students in kindergarten, that became our first grade cohort this year. And so you see that decline show up in our first grade for the current school year. Now, the high school grades continue to show growth, and you see that down below. But with, as Dr. Trujillo also mentioned in his opening comments, middle school grades exhibited weakness, with sixth grade experiencing a significant decline of 7.7%. And that's an area where we have break points in our schools. So parents are making choices at that point when they go from perhaps a K-5 and they decide where their student will go as they're making that change anyhow. And so we do see those losses at that particular break point. Just looking very quickly, just a couple of highlights of this slide. So you see for K-5, that blue line, totaling up, we saw an increase of 390 students. When you drop down and look at the middle school grades, grade 6-8, that yellow line, you see we had a decrease of 278 students when you aggregate those three grades together. And then down at 9-12, you see an increase of 476 students. So when you total all those together and look at the net change for the district, we had a net increase at 100th day of 588 students. Again, that's enrollment on the 100th day of just counting students, not an average daily membership yet. So, Jean, let's go ahead and advance to the next slide. And I'm going to pass this slide very quickly, but this is that comparison that we referred to in the opening comments of looking at 40th day, and you'll see 2 years side by side there and what the data looked like for each of those years, and then 100th day, and then looking at the differences for those respective years. But here's the highlights to take away from this table. Elementary grades return to a normal pattern of little to no change in enrollment between 40th and 100th day. And when we say return to, that's more the normal trend we saw in our district before the pandemic, and it's normal behavior for enrollment for those grade levels. Middle school grades experienced a similar percentage decline in enrollment compared to last year, although the number of 70 down is relatively low in comparison to the high school grades that were down 490. Now that's talking about 40th day and 100th day in the same year, which is the comparisons that this table is making. So an important point here is that fewer high school students left the district between 40th and 100th day compared to last year. And as you guys know, last year was very difficult with all of our schools closed for the majority of the year. Jean, next slide. So just a few quick, we're going to pivot and start talking about average daily membership at this point. It's an average, not a count. The district is funded by the state based on the average daily membership over the first 100 days of the school year. That's how the funding formula in Arizona works for school systems. So to compute the average daily membership, you have to sum each day's membership divided by the number of days. And in that math, you factor in what grade level the student is at. So Jean, next slide, and we'll just look at some more detail about this. So daily membership, each student contributes 1 day of membership or 1 FTE for each day that he or she is enrolled, except for these following cases. Arizona does not pay for full-day kindergarten. So the way that they fund, the Arizona funds schools, is they pay for a half-day for a kindergartner. We at our district believe strongly in the importance of kindergarten, so we subsidize the difference. But that's how we get funded by the state. In addition, exceptional ed preschool students contribute only 0.5 FTE, in other words, a half of an FTE. But that's the only preschooler that we get funded for is ex-ed students. The other students that we have in our preschools, they do not contribute ADM. In other words, we don't get anything in the funding formula for them. There are other ways that with tuition-based programs that there are some fundings that happen, but not as far as the state funding goes. And then high school students must be scheduled into a minimum of 4 classes to contribute one FTE or be considered full-time. And that gets factored into to the funding formula. So a high school student's membership is discounted if they're not carrying 4 classes or more, and it's discounted by quarters for what that student contributes. So you just very quickly can see that 3 courses means they're 0.75, and you ratchet that all the way down. If they're only carrying 1 course, then it's 0.25 FTE. So as we go forward, we're going to look at a couple quick examples just to help illustrate this further. Jean, next slide. So here's a very straightforward example. You've got 3 kindergartners and 3 first graders, and you can see the kindergarten students 1, 2, and 3, they contribute that 0.5 FTE I was talking about. They were with us all 100 days, so the total membership, daily membership they contribute, each one of those kinders is 50 days each, and you see that in the far right of that table. Students 4, 5, and 6, because these are first graders, they are each contributing a full FTE, and they were with us all 100 days, first 100 days of the school year, so they contribute for the full 100 days. That's 450 days total. If you do the math that's highlighted here in the bullets, you divide the 450 by the 100 days, that's 4.5 ADM. That's for the first 100 days for those 6 students. So that's a straightforward example to illustrate how this works. Jean, next slide. Here's taking an example where there are students contributing differently. Student 1 is a full-time FTE, but they were only fit with us 50 days of the first 100. So their total daily membership is 50. And you can see that going down. The second one is 100. The third one was with us 80 days, and so the contribution is adjusted accordingly. Same for the one that was with us only 20 days, and so on. And so when you look at the math of how these students contributed, ultimately that turns into 4.25 ADM. And so you can see why we have differences in our enrollment account on a specific day, regardless of grade level or course load, versus when we have to do the actual calculation of ADM and what a given student contributes. So with those overviews, we'll start looking at a little bit more data here. Jean, next slide. So here's that, and I'll just make this quick because Dr. Trujillo already talked about this, but overall daily membership did increase in comparison to last year, but where we saw almost 600 students in enrollment, if you look at that very bottom line, you'll see that our ADM was up 55.12. So that's very conservative, but it is increased. And so we need to continue to move our enrollment in that direction and continue with the activities that help us do that. And the bottom 3 bands just show you how that broke out by K5, 6, 8, and 9, 12. So an important thing to just know here is that our opportunities are to continue to win our we need to, Dr. Trujillo talked about our pre-K. We need to help draw pre-K back into our pre-K programs. Kindergarten is our pipeline into our system. Pre-K serves as a pipeline into our kindergarten. So we need to put a lot of focus on that and get that back. And then we need to focus in the areas that Dr. Trujillo had mentioned earlier in our middle school, and particularly at those break points where we do see runoff of students because families make different choices. But this is where we landed this year in terms of our enrollment. Now we're going to go ahead, Jean, if you could take us to the next slide. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Christina, and she's just going to provide the board some highlights of our ambassador program and how that's an important part of our regaining our enrollment back from our community and driving it back up in our district. So Christina?
Hey, good evening.
So the Enrollment Ambassador Program started in May of 2021, so we've been in about 10 months. And so we currently have 7 full-time enrollment ambassadors across the 5 regions. And so their primary focus is to provide new families with white glove customer service. So whatever they need, so the minute we capture them enrolling, whether it's in kindergarten or 3rd grade or 7th grade, we want to make sure that that family does stay until that student graduates high school. And so far they have made over 3,100 personal contacts, and they are getting positive feedback from families. Families are excited. They've never had customer service like this before from other school districts. And so they are extremely excited. They also started giving out the enrollment ambassador phone numbers to their friends, so that they're also getting phone calls from other people going through, hey, I heard that you can help me. And so they've been assisting with parent view accounts, setting them up, online registration. They do go on school tours, and sometimes they actually do them for the schools themselves. And then sometimes they're finding schools for families. So a family may be coming in new, and so, okay, what are the interests of your child? What's going to fit your family? And they will go through and find them a school. And then if they need assistance in exceptional education or transportation, or if they're making Vinto, or if they're CPS, then they go through and provide that assistance also. Jean, next slide for me, please. And so including going through and doing that white glove customer service, they're also involved in other activities. A big part of what they've been doing the past few months is helping refugee services, enrolling all the refugees that have been arriving in Tucson. So just today, they went through and enrolled another 20 students. And so on a weekly basis, they are going through and assisting refugee services. And so they're the ones with the interpreters. They're going through and setting up the parent view accounts for the families, getting them used to the technology so that they can set their students up and watch their grades. We created a new email address specifically that goes to all the ambassadors, and each one of them has an assigned day. So if they have any enrollment questions, and this enroll is actually on every website so that they can go through, just click on that and they can ask enrollment questions. They've been assisting schools with the kinder kickoffs, and then they've been doing some of enrollment fairs. Some of the schools are having them, and so they've invited the enrollment ambassadors to assist. They also have provided that the last 3 PD sessions, front office customer service staffing or training, so that when they're going through, when the front office staff is helping parents, that they are also providing that white glove customer service. And then feeder schools. So again, we do have that issue that we're losing students at the middle school level. So we are focusing also on 5th grade to make sure that we do keep those students at the middle schools. They're also doing some check-ins for families who have attendance issues. So certain sites realize that they need some assistance, so they've been working on that. And then they've also been doing district-wide events. So at every district event, there's at least one enrollment ambassador, and even this weekend, they are going through and going to the festival.
Okay.
Next slide.
Yeah.
Thank you. So we'll quickly go through these last couple of slides. I know everyone is tired. It's been a long evening. So this is just some examples of the types of advertising we have out there promoting for next year. As you can see, we promote all of our different programs because we are a unique district that has everything from our regular schools to magnet to dual language. So we do promote them as well as the different types of events that we participate in. Also, many of our ads are in both English and Spanish. So that's represented here. Next slide. So this is just a quick overview of some of the things that we've done this year. As Christina mentioned, their team has been a huge help in having the enrollment ambassadors at a lot of our events, so they can be right there hands-on helping register families or providing them some additional information. In November, we kicked off registration with our magnet and school choice fair, at which we had over 100 families, and now we count families, not people. So that's 300 or 400 people. We also have our Kinder Roundup and our Level Up events that the schools have been promoting, where we have web pages where any family can get more information about the schools and know how to connect directly with the schools. And then this last weekend, we had the district-wide registration event, which we had, again, over 100 families, and we had All 6 ambassadors there actively registering families into schools for next year. And then next week we'll have the Festival of Books. And then we will begin our summer school promotion at the end of March because that will begin to come up. We do promote on all the different platforms, everything from social media, radio, TV, Spotify, digital advertising, geo-targeting, etc., as well as the traditional postcards or flyers to specific families, households, and in many cases we do them in English and Spanish. And last slide, please. And so these are just the flyers that we use to promote the specific big events that we did, the Magnet Fair in November, the district-wide event last weekend, and then again, Kinder Kickoff and Level Up, which are actively being promoted right now in all the either K through 5 or 6 through 8 schools as appropriate. And that is it. So we'll open it up for any questions that we could answer for you.
Thank you for the presentation. Board members, any questions? No, I think it was a really thorough presentation. So we've already addressed 8.2 and 8.3. Dr. Trujillo, did you want to add anything else to this item, 8.1?
No, I think we've pretty much covered everything here, and all that remains is upcoming agenda items.
Okay, so we're on 9.1, future meeting dates and agenda items. Board members, any additions? Okay, you can always send that communication directly to Dr. Trujillo or to the board staff. And with that, I'll just take a point of personal privilege and say Happy Women's Day to everybody, International Women's Day. And I hope that you have had a wonderful day to all of you lovely women out there. Okay, so I think our board meeting is adjourned. Yeah, all right. Thanks so much, everyone. And I look forward to seeing all of the graphics and updates on all of the great votes that we had today. Thank you, board members.
Thank you. Enjoy spring break.
Thank you. Yes, that's right. Spring break. Stay safe. Bye.